Hello and welcome. We will begin this meeting at 6:35 p.m. And to start off with our agenda, we will have beginning with Senator Christian Arredondo. Present. Senator Reed Blake.
Present.
Senator Shayla Bradley Bowles.
Present.
Senator John Dell.
Present.
Senator Fabian Escobedo. Present. Senator Ali Isles.
Present.
Senator Jackie Jacoby.
Present.
Senator Colette King.
Present.
Senator Delaney Koenig.
Present.
Senator Priscilla Perea.
Present.
Senator Jason Ramirez.
Present.
Senator Herman Senga.
Present.
Senator Summer Schaefer.
Present.
Senator Katharina Seca.
Present.
President Pro Tempore Devin Plaza.
Present.
Personnel Director Ashley Hirano. Excused. Elections Director Stephanie Rose.
Present.
Outreach Director Jessica Kibas.
Here.
Senate Secretary Ardelia Chakra.
Present.
Secretary Momo Hussein.
Present.
Vice President of Campus Internal Affairs Fernando Echeverria.
Present.
Vice President of External Affairs Abraham Galvan.
Present.
President Nafi Karim. Excused. And myself. Okay. Continuing on, we will have the approval of the agenda. Oh my God, Vice President of Finance Irish Shea. Yeah, sorry. There are additional copies of our agenda at the front, right by Senator Ali Isles. So for any members of the gallery who would like to peruse on what we'll be discussing in tonight's Senate meeting, feel free to take a copy. With that, I would like to open up the floor to motions to either approve or amend tonight's agenda. And I think I started to see a hand, President Pro Tempore Devin Plaza.
I'd like to remove my committee report because NAFI is proposing additional changes. So the bylaws will be
And, okay, thank you. Are there any additional amendments? Senator Jackie Jacoby?
Motion to add Colette and I under the collaboration section.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, great. We can add that right after section G for collaboration. Senator Jackie Jacoby and Colette King. Abraham Galvan?
I move to add myself in a presentation section.
Okay, we will have that following collaboration and for public comment. All right, looks like we'll be busy night. And with that, is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
Motion to pass the
Okay. All right, motion to pass the agenda with amendments by Fernando Echeverria. Seconded by Senator John Dell. All those in favor? All those opposed? And abstain. Okay, by a vote of 15-0-0, the agenda is adopted. All right, continuing on, I have last week's Senate meeting minutes. By now, everyone is familiar with how this will go, so I will continue to just pass this to my right for all of you to sign, and try to make it work our way to our left. All right, continuing on, section E of our agenda, we have our ex officios. If there are any ex officios in tonight's meeting, I invite you all to come up to the podium, just state your name for our minutes purposes, and the floor will be yours.
Hi everybody, Courtney Parker from RJ. Do you want me to write my name on the board, by the way?
No, it's
Okay. So this past week we finished our elections and our interviews, so we now have a full ECAP for next year, which is awesome. So that craziness is done, and after lots of long hours, we now have a full ECAP, so great. The only other thing I have to tell you all tonight is this Friday, our Glenmore Council is actually holding a large-scale program, their first ever. It's called Building Bash. I have some flyers for you all. I probably don't have enough for you all, but share. Not big one. That's cool. So yeah, it's a pretty huge deal for our Glenmore Council. It's their first big large-scale, first large-scale for RHA. And hopefully, we'll be making this a yearly tradition for RHA. So it's really important that we get people to come out. It's also to commemorate Glenmore's almost full year as a two-phase community, so there'll be lots of activities as listed on the flyer. So yeah, if you would like to come out, that's awesome. Yeah, that's it. If there are any questions, then not been done.
great.
Thank you.
So much. Any ex officios that would like to speak?
Andres Medrano, CSP, Raza Assembly. Okay, so as you all know, we had our 26th annual Chicano Latino Youth Conference Saturday, and on behalf of CSP, I want to thank you for your contributions and for volunteering, those of you that did. From what I hear, it was the biggest turnout they've ever had. They had over 1,200 students and parents. And personally, like I volunteer for student panel, and it was very rewarding, gratifying, because there was no parents there, so they were able to ask whatever they wanted, and it was cool because they felt like we were helping them. It was a very eye-opening experience for a lot of them and their parents, and a lot was accomplished. And I was talking to Stella about this, and she got a lot of phone calls from parents saying that it was very rewarding, that they gained a lot of knowledge from it. So I want to thank all of you on behalf of that help. In terms of announcements for next week, CSP is hosting the Semana de la Raza. I think it's the 18th annual. And it's like a week of cultural events, starting off on Monday with the 3rd annual Oscar Romero lecture featuring Elpidia Carrillo, which is a Mexican actress that starred in the movie Salvador, a movie about priest Oscar Romero that was murdered in front of his congregation in El Salvador. So that'll be on Monday from 2 to 4 at Bourne's, 8265. On Tuesday, 5 de Mayo, actual 5 de Mayo, we'll be having a plática and book signing with UCR's very own Dr. Armando Navarro. That will be from 6:30 to 8 at Tweed and Tartan, in between financial aid office and the tour office. Wednesday, May 6th, will be the 5 de Mayo Lunar, an event where, as you guys know, a lot of organizations will be selling food on campus. So I guess on behalf of those organizations, I think they'd really appreciate it if that day you guys showed up and ate there instead of visiting Panda. That'll be from 12 to 2, and there will be mariachi at Bell Tower. Let's see. That same day there will be a art workshop from 6:30 to 8 at Bourne's, B 118. Thursday there will be a workshop talking about immigration, the roots of immigration from Central America and Mexico. That should be very interesting, because I feel like a lot of people are underinformed about the real causes of immigration. So that'll be from 2 to 4 at Hub 355. And to top off the Semana de la Raza 18th annual Radio Aztlán Music Festival, that'll be at University Theater from 7. Doors open at 7, show starts at 7:30. Among the bands that will be here are Tierra, and another one that's pretty cool is Original Lowrider Band, which I know as War. You know, that's the old school. That's what you guys be called. Yeah, they got Lowrider, Cisco Kid. Tickets for that will be $25 in advance, $30 at the door, and $5 parking at lot 6. So you can buy your tickets at CSP. And yeah, thank you, and thank you for those of you that volunteered on Saturday.
Great, thank you. Are there any other issues that would like to say? Okay, seeing none, we will continue now to public forum. So at this time, if there's any members of the public that would like to come forward and address Senate on any business, now would be the time to do so. Simply come forward to the podium, state your name for our minutes, and the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Wallace, and I'm a CalPERC intern. I am one of the Water Wars event coordinators. As you all know, we are in a drought in California, and CalPERC would like to help this situation. So we're having a Water Wars event, which will take place next week. The event will be a week-long competition between the resident halls AI, Lothian, and Michigan. It is a water conservation competition, and this week we are having our pre-programs, which will let students know more about water wars and know more about water conservation. Yesterday we had our first pre-program. It was at AI. The turnout was okay. Tomorrow we have our pre-program at Pentland, and that will be from 8 to 9 in the Pentland Foxhole. Thank you.
Now, I just want everybody to know that I'm gonna have to leave a little early today, because urgent care is at 9, and I think our swimmer's here. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. I'm not gonna. But I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to present today. That was actually a lot of fun. And, you know, I just don't know what I have to do as a payback to Jackie, because I think she was the only member of the Senate that actually got me, that actually dunked me. I got dunked several times.
First try.
Yeah, first try. But I actually do have to leave a little bit early tonight. I just wanted to say, again, thanks for the opportunity. It was a lot of fun. And if you ever need me to do it again, I'm happy to do it. As long as it's over 90 degrees.
You too.
Great, thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Arturo Gomez, a senior political science major. I just wanted to express my disgust with some of the things happening over the past few days with regards to elections. But before I get into that, I would just like to say that I, like many others running for the ASUCR elections, have been campaigning very hard, and I actually almost collapsed today as a result of a heat stroke. Yes.
I want to make a quick comment. Anyone in the public that wants to discuss anything, please don't declare your candidacy or party affiliation. So you can discuss anything regarding elections except for your candidacy, please.
Okay, thank you. I will not say my party position or any other, and I will not, okay. I'll stop. I'm sorry. I'll continue. I will continue because, no, I did almost collapse from a heat stroke today, and it was very traumatizing, and it just angers me because I've seen people and I've heard allegations of laptopping. I've heard allegations of just unethical practices, actually illegal practices, things that will break the elections code left and right. I'm still actually recovering, so I apologize if my words don't come out properly. But point being, if anyone in the galley or on the horseshoe is responsible for breaking the election code by laptopping or by promoting any form of, I guess, illegal practices with regards to elections, I'll have to, I guess, I don't know, express my great disappointment. I am disgusted, and I really hope that from here on out, elections will, be run in a fair manner, in a civil manner. But for that to happen, people actually need to, practice their campaigning in a fair and civil manner. People shouldn't have to take out their phones and have people vote for them. People shouldn't have to go to dorms and force freshmen to vote. People shouldn't have to, this is an election, this is a democratic process, and we shouldn't have to subject ourselves to such low levels, such I can't even continue, I'm sorry.
Hi Council, it's me again. Okay, my name is Dr. Sam. I'm a second year linguistics student. I use the same pronouns. Yeah, so I have the same question, but not same topic, and I think this is more directed towards the elections director Stephanie. It's like obviously there are like allegations of laptopping that have occurred in these last few days, and I just want to affirm and question like what's going to be done about the use of laptopping, because there are, like, I have heard that there is, like, video evidence, like, photo evidence and testimonies from people who have been laptopped, who are unfamiliar with any elections process. So, like, I just want to be clear that, like, the elections code is there for a reason, right? It's there to make sure that we have a fair election, because the students up here should be the students who are the best, and the ones who, are following the code and maintain some form of integrity that we like to assume that everyone here has. So I just want to know, like, if you're taking these, like, cases of laptoping seriously, and if anything is going to be done about it, or is it just going to end at the paperwork? Because if that's the case, then I don't want to waste my time submitting any violations if nothing's going to be done about it. And I think people here obviously share my frustration, so I'm going to end that. Oh yeah, I know the question's up.
So as I see this as a pattern, I actually have a motion during my report tonight regarding laptoping, for those of you who plan on speaking about it. I want it to be known that these violations go to judicial, and there is something in the elections code that I want to address during my report, which is after public forum. So for those of you that will be in the galley still and you have concerns about laptoping, I'd like for you to stay for my report to see what I'm proposing to Senate.
So I just want to say thank you for that. And you know, as members of people who have been elected, we all know, I mean, you all know that elections is stressful and that, you know, in this heat, like, it's really hard. But we should still maintain that integrity with the elections code. We should follow through it. So thank you for taking the action against that topic.
Yes, Jessica.
Is it possible to do my report at the end of the committee report, so that, the committee update, so that we, why, I'm just asking for mine, so that way we will be.
Did you still need time to finish yours? Is that what?
No, I'm sending it to you right now.
Oh, okay.
I would be able to finish it.
Okay, yeah, I think that is good. Wait, you sent it to my secretary. Milan.
Hi everyone, so if you don't know, my name is Milan Mordena. Like many others in the galley, I'm coming up to you about not just about laptoping, but about the, how should I say it? The validity of elections, right? If there is a case of laptoping, if there are cases of coercion of students, we cannot go out and say that the student government will be democratically elected. We cannot go out and say that we are truly representatives of our students if there are people being forced to vote for us. If there are people who are cheating the system and are forcing students, how are we going to say that we're truly representatives of them? We cannot do this. The Elections Committee, I know, has been working very hard on it, and I thank you all so much for that. It really means the world to know that our hard work and the people who are playing fairly in these elections are going to be, you know, rewarded in the sense that we're not, you know, there's something being done about it, and we really appreciate that from all of us. I know. The problem is that every single minute that occurs, if that laptoping keeps going on, is another minute that students who want to really represent the campus in a positive way lose out. It's another minute that the validity of ASUCR as an organization decreases. And it's not okay, it has to end. We have to make sure that we are truly, actually representatives of the students, because if we aren't, why are we here? Why are we doing any of this? We're trying to make change for students, but we cannot make change if we are coercing them. We can't make change if we're forcing them and cheating our way to get into these positions. It's student government. We're here for the students. We must stand for them. That's all.
Hi everyone. We're gonna sound like a broken record, but I just want to make sure that I know Stephanie's gonna go over it later, but I have to leave soon. And I just, so many people are coming up because this is something really, really serious. And I just came up here again today because yesterday I was a little disheartened of how serious laptoping was being taken by judicial. Because I don't know if you're all aware, but and so laptoping is something extremely serious. We mentioned, there's people who have showed videos and pictures, and judicial now is telling us that now the person who's being laptoped, who's not aware of how these violations work, now the person who's being laptoped is the one that's supposed to file a violation. When us who are the ones who went to the elections committee meetings and know about and we're all well informed. Especially because due to the lack of transparency that there is right now. So only students who are here today know of how to file violations and so now a student who is being laptoped does not know that it's illegal. So I told people, hey, do you know that's illegal? They're like, what? I didn't even know that. But it's illegal, and so I want to make sure that I don't have nothing against judicial. I know they're trying to follow the rules, but they need to make sure that it takes really serious. Another thing is that it's how serious it's being taken. Just because I don't feel it's fair that part of the judicial was appointed by the current party that's been winning, and they have a relationship. And so for me, how legitimate that's being taken, I actually don't see how legit that is. when we have no affiliation whatsoever with judicial, but other specific parties do. So I don't know if we could have something like just abstentions or not, because I don't think that's actually like right at all. Especially since it was a big issue on how appointments were done this year. So alright, yeah. So that's I just want to point out, like, I want judicial to take it really serious, and how legitimate are we going to take judicial when can someone
Yeah, so I know Stephanie has already encouraged all of you that are coming up to stick around for the presentation in Elections Committee. I would also encourage you to stick around for my presentation. It is directly relevant to the comments that are being made today.
Alright, and it would be cool. I know people have sent you pictures and videos. Is there any way that you could show them today to the Senate so they could see like, especially one video? Because that would be 1% the video that was made during the dorms before it goes online, because that video is really bad.
We're not allowed to discuss anything in a pending case, but once again, I would encourage everyone to stay for my and Dave's presentations this evening.
Okay.
Please. I'm sure it will address your concerns.
In addition to that, I also wanted to say that if anything has happened inside of the residence halls or campus apartments, please talk to a resident advisor. And that resident advisor is also in charge of filing an incident report so that it can be a conduct case through the residence halls and on campus. I personally am a resident advisor in Lothian, so if anybody knows anything that's going on in East Lothian, contact me. I know Summer's a resident advisor in West Lothian, contact her. There's plenty of resident advisors everywhere else. Contact them, because this is not only an issue with regards to AS, it's also an issue for the campus and for the residence halls. So please contact us, and we would love to document it.
And then around the judicial, especially because of the appointments that were made this year, is there any comments on that?
I will stay around for the presentation.
Okay, thank you. I'll cancel my meeting.
Are there any other members of the public that would like to come forward?
Sorry, hey. Can I want to speak in? Is that cool? Yeah. Oh, cool. So like, I would just like to again talk to Stephanie, the election director, and that so the bylaws basically imply and state that elections director has the final say in anything and how elections are run. So again, I very strongly encourage Stephanie to take action against laptopping if judicial fails, which I'm not counting on.
Stay around for my report.
Please stay.
Just stay.
It's like it's easier to do.
Stay.
Continuing on, are there any other members of the public that would like to come forward? Okay, seeing none, we will move ahead to section D on our committee updates. And first we have, no, it's okay, we can just go through the order. We have our Vice President of Finance, Irish Shank, for our Finance Committee report. And with that, I will turn it over to Iris.
Okay, I'll move this really fast. So grant allocations for this week are as follows. We have 533 for Art History Association at UCR, 1,500 for Alpha Chi Omega, 1,360 for the Caribbean Student Union, and lastly we have allocated 5,700 for Senior Barbecue. That is all.
Would you like to make
Yeah. I move to pass these grant or these allocations.
motion to approve the budget allocations by Vice President of Finance, Irish Shank. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by our Outreach Director, Jessica Rakitas. All those in favor? All those opposed? And abstained. Okay, by a vote of 15-0-0, this passes. Proceeding on, after this, we have our Outreach Committee report. So with that, I will go ahead and we will.
I just go over it very quickly so that way you can get to it. Sorry. I did ask for the president, but it's fine. So we had 4 different organizations come in to apply. I just wanted to say thank you to the Outreach Hearing Committee. We did an excellent job. I really liked the discussion. But to start off, we'll have SGP, who's having their Youth Leadership Summer School, Palestinian Youth and Arab Youth, transforming theories into practice. They requested 5,000, they were allocated 3,500 with a vote of 4-1-1. I'm sorry, before I go on, just understand that there was students some that did have class and that came out, so there was times when oh wait, were we all there? Oh, okay, I'm so sorry, yeah. People were looking at me weird. Okay, so the next one is the Bioengineering Society, and they're having Bioengineering Day. They requested 1,500, we allocated 1,000 with a vote of 5-0-1. Next we have MECHA, and they're having a MECHA Summer Leadership Camp. They requested 3,000, and we allocated $2,000 with a vote of 5-0-1. And then we have NASA, which is Native American Student Association, and they're requesting 5,000 for the Gathering of the Tribe, their summer residential program, and they were allocated 5,000 with a vote of 5-0-1. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, 4,000 with a vote of 5-0-1.
With that, is that okay? Motion by our
Oh,
outreach
sorry, I
director.
didn't. I motion to approve the outreach allocation amounts for this outreach hearing.
Okay, motion by our outreach director Jessica Arquita, seconded by President Pro Tem Devin Plaza. All those in favor? All those opposed? And abstained. All right, by a vote of 14-0-1, those allocations pass. Okay, and without further ado, we will move now to subsection 4, our elections committee. And I will now turn it over to our elections director.
Hi, everyone. First of all, happy elections week. Can't believe it's here. So I'm going to briefly say the things I wanted to say. So first of all, thank you for everyone who's been participating in voting. I want to give an update. We currently have 4,502 votes in, so that's awesome. Please keep voting ends Friday, May 1st at 5 p.m. So please continue to keep voting if you've not done so already, and encourage your friends and fellow students to do so. Secondly, thank you to all of the Senate members and Jim Sandoval for being dunked today. I really appreciate it. I almost missed Spanish to speak Jim, but thank you again for doing that. We appreciate it. And then now I'll get to the issue that we were discussing before. So those of you that came in, I want you to know laptoping is something that I actually have been discussing with the elections committee last night, this morning, almost all day, and in our meeting today. So last night I attended the judicial meeting, and during public comment, students from each political party came and expressed their dissatisfaction with laptoping. It's obviously a huge issue. It completely goes against the democratic process of elections, and I completely agree with all the students who are speaking up against it. The main issue when we spoke with judicial, and I'm allowed to release this because it was during public comment, is a clause in the elections code that states to avoid unclear and or false violations, complaints about laptoping campaigning must be registered only by students who were approached and asked to vote. So what this means is if a student saw laptoping occur, their violation, if they turn one in, is not valid. That means the only violations that judicial would consider valid ones are ones that have to be turned in from the student who was laptoped. But as I believe it was mentioned before, most students are not informed about what violations are. They're not informed about if they're allowed to, touch a phone or be told to vote, things of that matter. So my motion is to make a friendly amendment, and I'd like to remove that clause in the elections code. So I'm going to make a motion for Senate. I can do so without this going through LRC because it is my election code, and I'd like to remove, I don't know if you want to bring it on the board, but once again I'll read it. It says to avoid unclear and or false violations, complaints about laptoping campaigning must be registered only by students who are approached and asked to vote. With this being said, as I hope Senate will vote to remove this bylaw, this means that any students who see laptoping occur on campus can turn in those violations and they'll be taken more seriously.
I second that motion.
Okay, while I very much respect the intent of this, unfortunately, to have a bylaw change, there is something that's very specific when it comes to
Point of clarification.
Excuse me.
Can you also please stop passing up to each other? Actually, the parliamentarian and the chair are supposed to be in constant communication.
Point of clarification.
Okay, so I'm
Point
going
of
to actually
parliamentary procedure,
and to
that overrides
maintain order in this meeting, Abraham
Mr. Chair, I'm
Galvan,
asking you, point of parliamentary procedure, that overrides your ability to speak. Let me speak. Point of parliamentary procedure. The parliamentarian's position on the Senate is to advise the Senate on matters of parliamentary procedure. If I have a question about parliamentary procedure, if Christian has a question, if Jason has a question, they can ask it and you will advise them. That does not necessarily mean that you have to be in communication passing notes. I want to make that clear because some members of Senate have expressed to me their discontent with the fact that that has occurred more often than not. And this time, because of the severity of the issues, I want that to be clear, especially because I would hate, and I think that you two would agree, for your actions to be misconstrued as involving your candidacy or anything like that. I don't want that to happen, so I'm asking that that procedure be strictly followed at this meeting. Please, do not make me make a motion to object to the chair's decisions and to have the president pro tempore take over the position of the Senate. Do not make me do that.
Okay. Unfortunately, and I'm going to say this for the record, that I very much respect the intent of the bylaw change, but to be able to change an elections bylaw in the middle of when elections is going on without any kind of notice to the Senate is, unfortunately, it's not allowed in our bylaws. I don't see any way around it, unfortunately, and we'll be able to.
I'd like to know where that rule is coming from, because according to LRC, there is no process against me asking for Senate to remove something from my own bylaws. I'm allowed to ask for removal, I'm not allowed to change anything, and I'm not allowed to add anything, but I can remove something.
Well, we'll have our parliamentarian actually at the moment if he'd be willing to use the computer.
He's not the interpreter of our bylaws.
This is not a matter of parliamentary procedure.
It is actually, because this actually directly contradicts in what our bylaws state. And so, yeah, I think a second opinion on this would be really great. Because unfortunately, this is highly controversial to try to change the elections process in the middle of when voting is happening.
I wonder if the Senate believes that it's controversial.
Yeah, can we vote on it? Oh.
No, I'm sorry. We can wait for a ruling, and if it turns out to be the case, then so be it.
I object to the consideration of, I object to the chair's decision. Bring it to a vote of the Senate.
No, I'm sorry. I will dissolve the meeting for tonight, and if this continues, if I can't maintain order
And Senate will call a new meeting. There are 5 members on this horseshoe.
No,
that will call a
unfortunately, you
meeting,
also
and the
need
meeting
to
will be
have,
called, and if you have
no, you need
the
24
president
hours to be able to call an
will
emergency meeting. So if that's the case, then I will dissolve this meeting. Clearly, tensions are high, so.
Can you represent the students fairly?
Yes,
Mr.
that's
Chair,
exactly right. We
I have made a
represent the
motion.
students
I have made a
fairly. To
motion.
change the elections code in the middle of when voting
I have
processes
made a
are.
motion and that takes precedent. I have objected to the chair's decision, that takes precedent.
Which decision?
Decision to consult the parliamentarians on this matter. No matter being discussed. I made that motion.
No, I'm sorry, the parliamentarian also helps kind of set the precedent of what the rules of procedure
You cannot
are.
override that.
Alright, so, second, please.
As I do agree with the attempted removal of the lines in the bylaws, and I also do believe it's constitutional, I also do agree with Michael that we should second check this. It's not going to take a long time for our parliamentarian to find anything in the Constitution that says we can or cannot do this. If there is something in the Constitution that says we can't do this, then we should follow our Constitution. I don't see any problem with us waiting 5 minutes to keep the integrity of our bylaws, our Constitution, and the acts that the Senate does. This is a very heated matter. I don't think something like this has to be this heated.
Thank you. I very much agree. And to be able to answer these concerns, yes, if it turns out to be the case, then I'm more than happy to have that motion. But my understanding of the bylaws is that these things are unable to take place without any notice. To be able to change the bylaws, entirely because we do set so much store by them, and for us to be able to call upon these sincerity is, well, it kind of flies in the face of that if they're able to be changed without a moment's notice, depending on the general will or what seems to be, very, like Senator Herman Senga said, high emotions. And I wouldn't want our bylaws to be influenced by that.
Point of information. Point of information.
Okay, as our parliamentarian.
Which bylaw are you referring to? You're saying that it's your understanding of the bylaw, but you can't even point to a bylaw, so how do you have an understanding of something you don't even know is there?
I don't have my laptop in front of me, unfortunately the battery's dead, so I wouldn't be able to give you articles, sections, but this is something that I've known previously, and so to be able to meet that concern, I'm having our parliamentarian be able to meet the specificity of it, so if you please allow that?
Go ahead.
Okay.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so all I ask is for a brief 5 minutes while we have, I can actually entertain the speakers list to talk on this in the meantime. I believe I saw Senator Summer Schaefer's hand, so if you'd like to speak.
Yeah, request for information, I was wondering if this had already been asked of LRC to just look at this ahead of time, or if they looked at it ahead of time to see if there was anything?
It hasn't,
Okay.
this is like just coming to my.
Oh, okay, okay, cool, I was just.
Okay, great. And I think next I saw our elections director, Stephanie Rhodes.
No, it's wrong.
Okay. Abraham Galvan.
Yes, I reviewed the well, you all have known that I've been reviewed the Constitution for a while. You would know that because I submitted the Constitution revisions at the beginning of the year. Nowhere in the Constitution does it say that this needs to take place. Nowhere, I've also reviewed the Legislative Review Committee bylaws. Nowhere in the Legislative Review Committee bylaws does it say that removals cannot happen. The only reason why the Legislative Review Committee meets is when there's changes that need to be made in terms of wording, because obviously that they review grammatical errors and they make sure that things are constitutional. So that's that. It is my understanding that we are able to remove clauses. We're not asking for suspension. That would be a matter of parliamentary procedure, which we are not doing. We are removing it entirely from the elections code. So that's that. And I would say that this is not going to happen, but even if it were to happen, that any clause were to be set forth that says that Legislative Review Committee would have to review this, then I would then make a motion to recess for Legislative Review Committee to meet, to review this, and since there's no longer a required reading period, because that required reading was
48 hours
suspended
actually.
earlier in the year, and we can bring up the YouTube videos where the required reading was suspended, then it turns out that we can do it. But I'm telling you, that's not even going to be the case because we're not going to find a section. So I encourage as many people to look for it as possible, but it's not there.
Since we have a moment
It's on
for
Channel
discussion.
H, if anyone wants to look for it.
I'd also like to add, speaking with Pro Staff earlier, this clause is outdated. This clause was put into the elections code before laptoping was outlawed. So it was in there previously years ago to prohibit students from feeling coerced and from them feeling forced to vote. So this should have been taken out previously. I apologize, I didn't notice it before. I will take responsibility for that. But because I've heard so many concerns from candidates, from students, I saw members of all of the parties at Judicial last night. All of them mentioned laptoping. I feel like across the board, it's a consistent issue. This was the best solution that the Elections Committee and I could come up with, removing this clause. So I appreciate everyone waiting with us while we see if this is a possibility. I just think that is really important, and I would hate for more votes to go for more votes to be counted if they are obtained illegally or against the elections code illegally.
So we'll allow just a brief moment to be able to double check. And like I said, the speakers list is open.
Hope everybody's safe. We had veggie bacon in the dorm today. I'm vegetarian, so I haven't had bacon in like 5
No, right? Check my food. I understand that there's so many different organizations. I got negative 1,000.
Procedure.
Can friendly amendments be made without LRC having to review the document?
If we have proposed legislation, yes.
This is a friendly amendment
It's a
to
friendly
my
amendment.
elections code as the elections director.
Point, it's
And
not
says she has the
legislation,
final
though. It's
jurisdiction
it's-
over the interpretation
It's not
of the bylaw.
It's not legislation, though.
Point of procedure, I do not believe that the parliamentarian in this circumstance should be speaking to the chairman directly privately. If you have
Believe me,
anything
it's not up to
say-
your interpretation.
Okay, well then I will object to your interpretation, and then we'll go right back to the same motion that I had before, which you did not allow unconstitutional.
No.
You withdrew your motion.
You withdrew your
So then I'll
motion. It's also
put it back
not,
to what you said.
it's not a proper motion.
I am-
Sorry, I can't.
Michael, do you believe that it's appropriate for you to be consulting with the parliamentarian privately in this circumstance? Because I don't believe.
Yes, the parliamentarian's role is to be able to help adjudicate the matters of parliamentary procedure as well as
Point of
explanatory.
order, please call and let someone's hand is out.
No, it's still a point of procedure. What does the parliamentarian have to say to you that cannot be said on a microphone? I don't understand.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay,
That's all I'm
perfect.
saying.
Let's have this on microphone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Might still be ignored.
After
Alright, sorry, Colette,
Yeah, I just have a question to Executive Vice President Michael Irvin. Why do you have such strong feelings against this right now? Because from my experience on this horseshoe, I don't feel like you fend so strongly against anything that has ever happened on this.
Under parliamentary procedure,
Yes.
I believe all comments should be directed to the chair, not attacks to personal people. Okay, that was worded bad, but I apologize. But I would also say that I agree with Michael that we should look through our constitution and bylaws and make sure that we are not breaking any bylaw. I am also a member of elections committee, which voted on this earlier. So I just want to make this all clear that I also agree that we should go through our constitution and bylaws before we do this. And if we can't find anything, then continue with the motion.
Wait, I can ask, is the chair also
Senator Trailer Bradley Bowles.
Wait.
I have to agree with Herman. Can we take 2 steps back here and bring some professionalism back to the horseshoe? Come on.
Professionalism. Oh, I was basically going to say exactly what he said. I agree, I understand my motion was kind of unorthodox, they came out of nowhere, and I apologize if, Senate feels like they didn't have enough notice. Like I said, just due to the severity of this situation, due to the fact that it is elections week, I didn't have any time to prepare this and to send it to LRC before, because there was no way that I could predict that laptoping would be such an issue last week and to send it to LRC. So I agree with Herman, with Trey, with everyone saying that we should wait to double check this. However, I hope that if we do not find anything, we can continue with my motion.
Okay, parliamentarian.
Alright, so to speak to your motion, there, in the 2 minutes that I was actually looking around the bylaws, I actually could not find anything. I couldn't find anything, so there's nothing in the bylaws that I found that says it can't happen.
And I'm perfectly willing to go along with that at that point.
I would just recommend in the future, like, prior notice. That's fine.
Okay. I will let the elections director know next year.
Like I said, I don't want any of my words to be misconstrued as somehow resentment or somehow like opposition to whatever is being proposed. It really is just out of due deference to the documents that actually govern this, because elections are such an emotionally inducing state that I can understand that things that might come up might redirect or could possibly undermine the kind of things that we've been working on all year, and I wouldn't want something that in the heat of the moment gets changed and then affects how we do actions for the rest of the year. It's something that takes a long time, it takes years to evolve and develop, and it usually happens very slowly. But considering what our parliamentarian moment was saying, this kind of helped clarify that. Yes.
Point of information kind of repeats that. So my question was actually, so you're pretty much striking the part in the bylaw that says,
to avoid unclear and/or false violations, complaints about laptoping campaigning must be registered only by students who are approached and asked to vote. So what this means is that if anybody sees laptoping, is involved in a situation with laptoping, they can turn that into judicial. Because the issue is, and the members that were there during public comment last night heard, judicial basically said that they can't do anything about violations turned into them unless they're from the student who is laptop themselves. Therefore, I wanted to strike this out.
okay, and so my question would be, so that would take effect immediately, right?
If Senate approves, yes.
Okay, appreciate it.
So with that being said, Thank you for double checking. I understand you're just doing your job. I'm trying to do mine as well. So with that being said, I'd like to make the motion. I'll repeat it one more time to remove the clause in the elections code that says to avoid unclear and/or false violations, complaints about laptoping campaigning must be registered only by students who are approached and asked to vote.
I second.
Point of information or clarification, what will this amendment do to the cases that have been brought up to judicial retrospectively?
We have to talk to judicial about that. I'm unsure.
Okay.
Okay. With that, we have a motion on the floor by our elections director, Stephanie Rose, seconded by Fernando Echeverria. All those in favor of the striking from the elections code? And abstain. Okay, by a vote of 15-0-0, this passes.
Please continue to keep voting.
Without being forced. Okay, with that, we will move on to section H for our collaboration.
Wait, no, presentation.
It's collaboration and presentation. So with that, I think we do have an item by Senators Jackie Kirby, Senator Colette King, so I will turn the floor over to them.
I'll start it off. We're gonna probably, I guess, like go back and forth here. So, originally, and for quite some time now, we had planned out the Undie Run for next week, week 6, and we've been super excited about it for quite some time now. However, we were informed over the weekend that the hub is not approving our request to have an Undie Run, even though it's been held before numerous times in the same area. Their reasoning, they had numerous reasons. They thought that it wouldn't portray our student body in a positive light, which I find really ironic, because I thought that it would be a more of an empowerment run than anything else. And it was labeled as a sexist type of thing instead. There were numerous other reasons. Let's sit, Colette, go off.
The first one was they're dangerous and many students show up intoxicated. The second one was they require extra UCPD presence because of number 1. Number 3, they require extra risk insurance, considered risky because of students running around campus in the dark. And 4, in light of the more recent concerns about sexual harassment, violence, etc., they felt it might be appropriate or that it might send the wrong message to some students. Yeah. Which is very interesting because it's then saying that students should clothe themselves in order to prevent sexual harassment.
Shame.
I want to thank Lori for sending us this message so that way we can address Senate about this. I find it very interesting that the reason they're preventing something like this is because of required UCPD presence. However, this event would have happened even if ASUCR was not a part of it. There was another gentleman who had started this Undie Run a year previously, and he did it without going through ASUCR. So it's going to happen no matter if ASUCR sponsors it or not.
Let me make one clarification. I said it wasn't supported, I didn't say they said no. It's just not supported.
So that means they're not going to give us the reservation?
Well, I don't know. They just don't.
Not supportive probably means.
But I'm not saying that they said that you can't reserve about that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
But
it's just they don't support the idea.
okay, so then we have a reservation?
I don't know.
Can that be clarified,
Okay.
I guess? Not supportive
Yeah.
sounds like a no.
I can clarify that tomorrow.
Okay, that'd be great. But I guess just in case they say
Not
no?
supported doesn't mean that they're not allowing, it's just they don't support it.
Okay, okay. But just in case they do say no, I think that we should still have extra UCPD presence available to us. Because if that's what they're saying we need, then why can't it just be provided if they're saying that it's dangerous? Because it would happen regardless if we were actually a part of it. Regardless if we actually reserved the bell tower, this would have occurred. So dangerous events would have occurred anyways. But this is better because they're being notified of this event. So to prevent like bad things from happening, I guess we could like have their risk insurance or UCPD presence available to us. So that was a concern that we were having with it, and we were just curious like what people's input would be, because undue runs have occurred before on other UC campuses, so we were just seeing if we can get input on that.
Okay. Senator Delaney from Koenig, and then I think I saw Summer Schaefer's hand, and then Jessica.
Hi, I'm in the report.
Oh, sorry, I was going to add.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. All right, and so also, so if the hub does say yes to this event next week, which I hope they do, if anyone here on the Horseshoe would like to also collaborate on the number 4 reason in their email regarding the sending the wrong message to students, dressing appropriately, sexual harassment, things like that. If that bothers you, just like it bothers me, please contact us, because that's really messed up in my opinion. I'd love to contact the hub regarding this, regarding that reasoning. So, yeah.
But yes, so now for input. Yes.
All right, Senator Delaney.
Thank you for bringing this to us. I appreciate the communication, and I agree with everything you said. I was wondering if the hub has purview over all of campus, or if we could maybe move the ending locations or beginning, maybe make it through the res hall area or by MSC or something.
I feel like if we did through the rest hall area, we would have to get permission from them.
Okay.
But I guess like what we're just trying to do is, I guess, argue to the hub why we should be there, because I feel like we can do it, and it'd be much simpler that way. But thank you.
Well, I'd love to
just in
collaborate,
case, yeah.
email or anything.
Yes, thank you.
So what I was going to say was, according to the Survivors Bill of Rights that's passed and published by the university, in the Survivors Bill of Rights, it states that the university shouldn't accuse survivors of having that happen to them because of what they were wearing. So that directly contradicts what our university has passed. So you can use that to argue that.
Thank you. Could you actually email that, because it was beautiful.
Yeah, and it's published on a web page for you. It's on Facebook too. But I'll send it to you. Yeah.
Oh, it's
Piggybacking off of what everybody said, totally offended by that. I should be able to wear whatever I want. And I think that's very problematic that they felt, that it's, students would be acting in a certain way. And then also, it's supposed to be a charity event. So the whole point of, allowing these students to take off their clothes is to give their clothes to those that are not, fortunate enough to have those.
Thank you.
Students are literally taking their clothes off their back and giving it to someone. So that's empowering.
Senator, second.
Yeah, I would like to say I find it kind of ironic that if the hub is saying that there may be intoxicated individuals at the event, while at Heat, an event hosted by the hub, they have a sobering center, right? So there's a discrepancy between their actions and their ideology. But I'd also like to inform you that there is a Highlander Union Governing Board. Myself, Abraham, Fernando, and a few other students sit on that, and we do pass a lot of things that the hub does. So I'm not entirely sure what my review over this would be, but do know that we do have representation within the hub.
That's great. Is there any, could you tell us the time of that meeting and if we're allowed to join?
Yeah, so our meetings are open to the public. I know Summer has come in the past and other students have come with different issues. Our next meeting is still to be announced, the time, but I don't believe it will be before next week. And the meetings do happen about once a month. But I do know, maybe Abe or Fernando can answer more. They've been on the committee longer than I have.
Okay, thank you.
I would say contact me, like email me or something, and I'll try to talk to Todd about how exactly that works with the hub.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. And if y'all want to collaborate with us, shoot us an email. Actually, just text us, and we'll put you on an email. Put you on CC you. Okay, thank you so much.
I think, Jim's, that's what I was going to say. I was like, since Jim is here, you can probably
I just
explain
said about to see what's going on with it. One of the things that I just want to maybe ask you to reserve judgment on is a lot of times what the hub does is they have to work with units like risk management, etc. So they may be conveying to you what they're hearing from other entities on campus. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, of course, collect all the facts, and I'd be happy to meet with a couple of you in the next couple of days to let you know what I found out and so shake this loose. What was it, the proposed day of it?
Next Thursday, so can we meet tomorrow?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'll email you. That's all.
Thank you, Fred.
Okay. With that, we will move on to our next item on the agenda, section I, our presentation. External Affairs, Abraham Calhoun.
Okay, so I would like to begin with a question. How many of you let's start off with the public. How many of you members in the public are aware of any of the decisions that Judicial Council has made thus far? 1, 2? Some? All of the decisions?
No, not just
Okay,
much right now. What?
so it might be understandable that the public might not know, maybe they didn't get the information or whatnot. How many members of the Senate have received any of this information?
That was a 0.
If you could raise your hand if you haven't. All of the information regarding regarding all of the rulings. So, now I want to read a part of our Constitution out to you. In Section C, in Article 6, Section C, Rules of Procedure. The Judicial Council shall frame, approve, and revise during well-advertised open hearings rules of procedure for the exercise of its responsibilities. However, all deliberations up to and including the actual vote on the decision shall be conducted during closed session, after which time the decision shall be made public. I will read to you the general function of the justice under the duties of the Chief Justice in Section D, Section 1. Chief Justice, Section D, submits all rulings of the Judicial Council to the Executive Cabinet and Senate in written form, coordinating any and all majority and dissenting opinions and concurring opinions thereof. Has Senate received anything at all?
No.
Has Executive received anything at all? Nope. So, that is why I am here today. And the reason why I'm here today is because I am seriously concerned with the efficacy of our Judicial Council with regards to a lot of matters. I want to preface this by saying that I think that there are some members of Judicial Council that are very great, that I have personally talked to and have felt like they have a real desire to make Judicial Council work and a real desire to adjudicate cases in a proper way and whatnot. I won't mention which ones those are, because then you'll know which ones aren't. I don't want to do that. But I do want to say that because I don't want this to be misconstrued as me be objecting to members of the Judicial Council. What I'm commenting on today is really the way that Judicial Council is run as a branch of our student government, and the way that those with direct responsibility within the Judicial Council have been working. So, for the past couple of years that I've been in AS, I've observed the Judicial Council and the way that it works, and I've had serious concerns with the way that Judicial Council operates. Sometimes, unfortunately, I have seen that progressively degrade during the past few years, and I understand that Judicial Council has been a new branch, but our presidential system has also been new, and that's managed to work out relatively well. So I understand that, but the reason why I felt it very necessary for me to bring up today has really been due to things that have happened during this election that I think need to be addressed effective immediately, so that we can ensure that at least next year we have individuals in office that were selected fairly, that were selected through an adjudication, that cases against candidates were resolved through a fair adjudication process, and so that maybe finally we can get a student government in which all elected officers do their duties and care about our organization. So, I'm going to read to you different parts of the Constitution and explain to you why I think there is an issue going on with Judicial Council. I will say that I feel like Judicial Council has thus far failed to meet necessary components of the Constitution and necessary components of their own rules of procedure. And what I will further argue is that this either brings to light the fact that Judicial Council either is not aware of our Constitution or even their own section of the Constitution, or that Judicial Council has willingly disregarded components of the Constitution or their own rules of procedure. So, I will talk to you first about, so I've already said the role of the Judicial Council is that they have to inform any cases that are going on. They don't have to inform you during their closed session what they're saying about it, but they do have to inform you about what the decisions are. Consistently, throughout this whole elections process, the Judicial Council has failed to notify all of Senate and all of Executive Cabinet in writing about any cases that are going on, even any hearings that are going on, and it has, in my opinion, and I won't comment on behalf of the Elections Committee because I don't want to say that the Elections Committee or the Elections Director has even had anything to say about this, but I'm commenting on myself and the way that I have seen elections run from my experience in AS and on the Elections Committee. I think that it has severely been in conflict with the ability for Elections Committee to run this elections effectively and fairly. Because, so first of all, with regards to us not knowing what's going on, there's no way that the Elections Committee can monitor what's going on in the Elections Committee if we don't even know which cases are being brought. A lot of the times, as far as I know, I had no idea that some appeals were on the table. I have had no idea who has strikes. I have had no idea who has even had cases against them whatsoever. And I have had no idea of the majority opinions on these cases, no idea on whether any of the justices disagreed with the verdicts in these cases. That to me is a serious issue of transparency. And I think it's also a serious issue in a lot of other ways with accountability, because if we know that they're not doing this, if we don't know anything that's going on, how can we hold anybody in the judicial branch accountable for doing their job? How can we hold anybody running elections accountable to the actions that they're doing? So that's an issue to me. That is, submitting these in written form is a specific duty of the Chief Justice. And that has not been done at all, whatsoever, this past election cycle. What else? So if you go down to section E, powers of the judicial branch, I want it to be noted that nowhere in the powers of the judicial branch does the judiciary branch have the authority in elections cases. That authority has been vested by Senate and the elections director in some cases. It is not a constitutional authority whatsoever. You can read the powers of the judicial branch. It has explicit authority in certain matters. I will read them to you. Review conflict of interest cases within ASUCR. Review financial allocations as needed to ensure they are made in accordance with the provisions set forth in the governing rules of the Finance Committee. This shall not be meant to construe any jurisdictional authority over the actual substance of allocations. Only the Judicial Council must uphold the guidelines that the Finance Committee sets forth, verify the legality of all approved legislation and any extraneous cases which brought before the Judicial Council is needed, constantly review old legislation to maintain the high interest of the students and to assure the new legislation abides by the regulations set forth by the ASUCR Constitution and bylaws, must meet weekly to review all pending legislation and other businesses. So, first of all, I would question whether the judicial branch has met weekly throughout this year. That's that. Second of all, I would point out that in nothing that I have read does Judicial Council have any authority over the elections code. The Senate has decided to vest Judicial Council some authority on elections issues, and the elections director has decided to give the Judicial Council some authority. But at any given point, the Senate and the elections director can take that authority away. I want to make that clear because I think that's very relevant to our cases. So they do not have a constitutional authority to judge elections violation cases or even elections violations appeals. I think that's critically important. Next off, I want to talk about Section H, vacancies, Section 2. In the event that the Chief Justice vacates his or her position, then once a new justice is appointed to fill the position, the Judicial Council will need to elect a new Chief Justice. This is not the procedure that has been followed to select the Chief Justice. There is, as we all know, the Chief Justice that was around for majority of this year vacated his position. But there is now a new Chief Justice. How is that the case if the Constitution says that you cannot do so until that position is filled? There should be no Chief Justice. There's an acting Chief Justice, but that should not even be the case. But I understand that the acting Chief Justice has assumed the responsibilities of the Chief Justice, but that to me shows that they're not even following any procedure within the Constitution. Next, I will turn to the rules of procedure because you might think, oh, maybe they overlooked the Constitution, maybe they're following the rules of procedure more, even though the rules of procedure are subordinate to the Constitution and that shouldn't be the case. So I'm just going to go through the rules of procedure and show how it hasn't even been the case that those rules of procedure have been followed in these cases. So, let's go down to section.
Can we put this on the screen? Yeah, can this go like up somewhere so you can see it?
I would have to give my computer over, but I will mention it, and if you need to see anything, I'll send them out with the parts highlighted so you can see every part that I referenced. So let's go to section 12 in cases. So the election director of the Senate has decided they would give some authority to Judicial Council to consider violations and appeals as cases, right? Well, in that case, the Judicial Council has a rule of procedure that says specifically what must be done when they are reviewing any case, right? Section 12, Part B, Section I, inform the petitioner and respondent of the acceptance in writing and or email. Have any individuals on this portion?
Yeah, point of parliamentary procedure. I know just because the judicial branch procedures aren't listed in our bylaws online, could you email them to the Senate Secretary so they can be displayed for us to follow along?
Yes.
Thank you.
No, he can send you the rules of procedure, right?
Yes. That is my career. For judicial, yes, and then we'll have it.
Did you memorize it? When you're like sworn in. I'm just kidding.
I'm setting this. I sent this to Ardelia. Okay, so I'm going to continue, I sent them to Ardelia, so hopefully those can be on the screen soon. So, Section 12, Part B, inform the petitioner or respondent of acceptance in writing and or email. So, has anybody on this horseshoe, you don't have to say which cases or whatnot, or if anybody on this horseshoe has submitted any violations and is willing to say that they've submitted violations, have you received acceptance of that violation in writing and or email? Nope. So, aside from that, has anybody that has filed appeals received any information of acceptance of that appeal in writing and or email? I've submitted one, I didn't receive anything, that's that. So, that's that. Let's go down to the second section 12. The second section 12. Section 12, number 2, arraignment procedure. So, when the court is supposed to consider something, they're supposed to follow what's called an arraignment procedure. And in this arraignment procedure, it says each party must have checked in with the Secretary of Court. The court is called to order at a precise time. The lead justice on the case will call the case. The parties will approach counsel tables. The lead justice verifies each party's identity and words. The justice will read the charges out loud to both parties. The lead justice will ask if the petitioner wishes to pursue the charges. If the charges are to be dropped, the case is immediately dismissed. If the charges are to be pressed, then the respondent must be addressed. The lead justice will asked how the accused pleads. Based on the pleas, the justice will set a hearing date, confer on punishment and sentence accordingly, and/or a hearing will commence immediately. A single arraignment should be efficient and speedy. So, with this, as far as I know, there has been none of this arraignment procedure followed in any of the violations cases submitted to judicial. And I know that personally because I would have been a respondent or a petitioner in a variety of these cases. Also, a single arraignment should be efficient and speedy. Even though it doesn't clarify specifically what speedy is, I think that given during election time, speedy and timely has a specific meaning, and I can tell you that I don't feel like that has been followed. We can go to section 13, hearings. A, for conflict to be brought to a hearing, it must first be accepted as a case by the ASUCR Judicial Council. 2, meet quorum of sitting justices. 3, have gone through an arraignment procedure, even though we've already said that there has been no arraignment procedure before these cases have been considered. Have had one or more concerned parties check in with the Secretary of Court by the opening of the hearings. The hearings will be public unless otherwise stated. That's that. Hearing procedure. There's a whole procedure for what the hearing is supposed to look like. It's supposed to have opening statements. It's supposed to have an argument from the petitioner. It's supposed to have an argument from the respondent. It's supposed to have petitioner's witnesses. It's supposed to have respondent cross-examination of petitioner's witnesses. It's supposed to have respondent witnesses. It's supposed to have petitioner cross-examination of respondent witnesses. It's supposed to have closing statements. It's supposed to have questions by the justices. It's supposed to have the Chief Justice ending the hearing. Blah, 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 blah. None of which has been followed. For a year and longer than that, I have told the justices we need to be able to have both parties there at the hearings, be able to present their case, be able to answer clarifying questions before any cases are adjudicated. That has not been done. And to me, this is incredibly frustrating because every single time, last year, I will say that I feel like a lot more influence was given to the elections committee. This year, I will say that I feel a lot more influence has been given to just candidates or whatnot. I think the fair way to do it is to have both parties there able to present their case and have their arguments heard, have clarifying questions answered so that there's not issues later on interpretation and whatnot. That hasn't been followed. So that's that. Let's go to section 16, court ruling. Section D, petitioner and respondent will be contacted in a timely manner regarding the verdict. That has also not happened. I'll end my talk just specifically about things that haven't been followed with the Constitutional Rules procedure there. And now I'll talk more generally into why I think this is a serious matter and what I would like Senate to do about it during this meeting. This is an incredibly serious matter because now that the election director and Senate has decided to allow judicial branch to have some degree of authority to election proceedings, when the Judicial Council has shown to not be able or willing to follow the rules set forth in the Constitution or their rules of procedure, to me that's a huge, that does a huge disadvantage for our elections, and it's not making sure that elections are being followed in a fair process. I think it brings to question a lot of the credibility of the verdicts that are coming out of the Judicial Council. It brings to question the credibility of elections as a whole, and as a member of the Elections Committee, I do not want these elections to be judged by a lack of procedure being followed. I've already talked about the timeliness of verdicts. I've talked about the transparency of Judicial Council. And so what I would like this Senate to do during this meeting is to have a hearing regarding 2 justices on the Judicial Council. The first of which will be the Chief Justice for their failure to meet the conditions specified in the Constitution that specifically says responsibilities of the justice. I think you need to have a hearing about that effective immediately, and I will make a motion immediately after, or I'll ask a senator to make a motion immediately after to go into a hearing. With that, we will notify the individuals involved. They'll have the opportunity to come here and present their case, and if they do, great, and if they don't, they have equal opportunity, which is the only thing that the Constitution requires for a hearing. Next up, the other person that I will have, that I would ask you to make a hearing of. I would like to talk about that one in a closed session because there is a specific individual that has, I believe, leaked information on judicial verdicts to certain members of certain parties. And while I believe that's a very serious issue, I do not want to make that known before there's a hearing. So I would prefer to tell you that in our closed session. I know we have a closed session on the ballot. We can bring it up there. I'll talk about it. After that, when we get out of closed session, I would ask that Senate make a motion to have the hearing after that closed session. And I'll tell you more specifically about that then. So, I know that's a lot to take in. I would ask if anybody has any specific questions of me right now, and if not, I would love to entertain a motion to have the hearing after closed session. After closed session, so I can inform you about who the second person that needs to have a hearing is.
Quick question that I ran about. Has the people for the hearing, have they been contacted to be able to come and?
Nope, I'm bringing this up right now, so it means everybody will have the same amount of time to come. The Constitution requires that everybody have equal opportunity to respond. Since they're being given equal notice, then they'll have the equal opportunity.
The Constitution specifying all hearings, can you bring that up specifically just for my 1 minute's purposes?
It's in the removal procedure of the Constitution for the judicial branch.
Okay, and if you could just specify for 1 minute's purposes what that removal procedure is, just so.
Okay, I will do so.
Point of contact procedure?
Yes.
So we would go to closed session, and after closed session, we would then go to open session?
Yep.
Okay. And then just point of information, I guess. I believe judicial is currently meeting until 8 o'clock.
I think they begin at 8
They
o'clock.
begin at 8 o'clock. Okay, I'm sorry, I wasn't on the phone.
Okay, so the section. I'll just respond to his question and then you can go if you want.
Okay.
So the section that I'm referring to is section G, part 2, in an open session, which is why I'm saying we can't do the hearing in closed session. The hearing has to be in open session. The ASUCR Senate shall give equal opportunity to the accused member to defend him or herself as is given to the hearing of the accusers. So we will have the accusers, which is decided right now, and then we will have the accused also come in. We'll both be given opportunity to speak and to present our cases, and that'll be it.
Just so I understand, the hearing then will take place at the same time that judicial is meeting?
It will take place after closed session. I don't know when exactly that time will be. We can notify the justices. They might want to move their meeting a little bit. They want to show up to their hearing. But I would obviously like for them to be here. That's
Maybe if there could be any way to contact them, because I'm pretty sure they might not know about this in case the Senate does decide.
Let's tell them right now. We can go to the conference room.
They're seated about 10 minutes. Okay. Should that be decided?
No, we have to vote before we notify them.
Yes, you can. You have to vote for the hearing.
Okay, with that then, we have a motion for a hearing, and this is going to be, I'm sorry, could you specify exactly?
It's to add an item on the agenda after closed session to have a hearing.
Point of inquiry, do we have to specify for one person or two when you're asking for the hearing?
We're having a hearing. The hearing the Constitution doesn't specify if you have to have separate hearings for separate members, so I don't believe that you need to do that.
Wait, would you be able to table it, because we aren't able to amend the agenda after it's kind of already been approved, that's why we kind of kept the order of this, the subcommittees.
Part of this presentation.
Yes.
Yeah, my understanding is that we would not have to vote on whether or not we're having a hearing. I believe anybody is allowed to bring anything forth to the senators, and then the senators would then proceed on that hearing. If we choose to vote a certain way, that's when we're voting. We're not voting whether or not to or not have a hearing. That's my understanding. The parliamentarian and yourself or aide can clarify that. So that's what I believe.
It is true that the Constitution does not specify that a vote has to be made in order for there to be a hearing. I was just under the impression that we might want to do that just in case. in that case, I don't even have to amend the agenda. I'll bring it, if need be, I'll bring it up during my announcement and roundtable, at which point we could just have the hearing spontaneously. I just think it would be good for us to just add it onto the agenda.
Right, just another question and a follow-up. I remember, I think you were listing out that one of the complaints, I suppose, that for judicial was that they didn't have both parties present, like the defender and the accused.
Yes.
Right. And following in line with that, because I do see your point as very valid on not having both parties there. Considering that you see the whole that as very high value, I suppose I would definitely stress on having both parties there, so that there could be a valid defense. I think that's a very fair thing to say.
Yeah, they can come. I would love it.
Right, but
I think a lot of the justices are here, or some of the justices. We can notify them. I know they're having a meeting at 8. We can ask them to come in at that time, or we can ask them to come in for the meeting. I don't know, however we want to do it. But yeah, you're right. I think that's very important.
Okay.
For the purpose of the parliamentary procedure, do you think you could table your report for later?
No.
I think we should
No, I mean, because you can't add anything to the agenda, so.
Okay, I will table my report till after closed session.
Yeah, perfect. And then we can bring it over.
But then, does that mean there's open session after?
Yes.
It will be, my report will continue during open session after closed session.
Okay. So then the motion that, just so I understand correctly, that Abraham Galvan is making is to table his report until after closed session, at which point, I'm guessing as you put it, a hearing can commence.
Yes.
Okay.
I would also encourage the Senate the Senate has the authority to decide which members of the galley and the horseshoe, aside from any senators, are able to remain in the room during your closed session. I would encourage you to explore the consideration of whether any members aside from the Senate and the Elections Committee, or members that need to speak to you directly about matters in closed session, remain in this room. Specifically because it's a very important issue, and also we're at a time when I don't want Senate to feel pressured unduly by members. So I wanted to let you all know that you have the authority to decide who you're bringing into your closed session as a Senate. So that's that.
Where's that from?
It's parliamentary procedure. You can, if need be, I can look it up. I'll ask Kevin Salo for it.
Okay, we'll go ahead and take a look at that. Then the motion on the floor, as I understand it, is a motion to table your report until following closed session.
Yes.
Okay, this is a request from the chair. If you'd be able to, following the vote, maybe both go and since I think they are, I believe they're meeting in the conference room, to go ahead and inform them of the vote. Okay, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Okay. Then the motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, seconded by Senator Jason Ramirez. All those in favor? All those opposed? Fantastic. Okay, by a vote of 15-0, this passes.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay. At this time, I'd like to move on to our agenda to public comment. So if there are any members of the gala that would come forward and comment specifically about things that transpired over the course of this Senate meeting.
Wait, so it's only on what he said or everything?
What's happening?
You can talk about outreach too.
The finance all the Omni run.
Okay, cool. I want to begin with for me it's there's campaigning being done in the horseshoe. Especially since yesterday there was one specific person who admitted to for knowing their party's laptoping and said something like it's hard to control our volunteers when they're so excited and enthusiastic about getting giveaways. And that was basically admitting to knowing that their party is obviously laptoping. And so those who were not there, I know that some people here were here, and a specific person is sitting here in the horseshoe and said, how can we control our, like if you're gonna have volunteers, let them know that laptoping is not okay. It's really disappointing that at the same time, it's one of the executive cabinet members who know this and is not doing anything about it. If any of our volunteers do that so if another party does that, then they're gonna make sure that they call it out because that's not correct for them to do that. And on the sense of laptoping, and since it was admitted, in section, let me pull it up. Come on, lady. All right, cool. In Alright, in the, I think this is the elections bylaws. In section C, it says any violations, section C, number 2.
Which item?
I think it's election bylaw.
Which, is it item 2?
Third.
I don't have the item.
What's it
Go up,
regarding?
scroll up.
What's it about? Like, what's the?
It's the regulations regarding laptoping and convening are as follows. Alright, section C, 2, it says any violation to these rules shall be subjected to investigation and it may result in direct expulsion from the election. So since that's in the bylaws, I would suggest that since the elections director has the power to do this, I would suggest that we take action on the executive cabinet of the party that's doing this and it does the investigation, and if this is correct, expulse any leader of the party, including anyone who was part of it, especially since it's volunteers. I would say that, especially since result in direct expulsion. So if it was admitted, and the elections director was there yesterday, I would suggest that takes action immediately, since if we're really going to take laptoping really serious. And y'all can look it up, and it says that. And it's there, it says the elections director is doing it, and it was admitted, knowing it was, and I could be corrected, but I was there. I had to leave early for prior meeting that I had already arranged, but y'all can look it up, and this is that. And the person did admit that they were but it was just, it's hard to control your volunteers. Our volunteers are not doing this. And if they are, then I'm going to tell them to stop volunteering, but that's what it is.
Hey everyone, so I just want to thank you all for what you're doing on this. I'm really grateful that all of our complaints and all of our problems that we had earlier are being resolved. They're taken seriously, and that you are all acting as true representatives of our government. I appreciate that, and also I appreciate all the work that you all are doing, and all the work that Outreach is doing and Finance is doing. Thank you all.
Hi, sorry, it's gonna annoy me, but I really appreciate the motion that you had, and thank you for everyone who voted yes to remove that really annoying part in the bylaws. But at the same time, I think Senator Ream pointed out about about the retroactive judicial cases where maybe this specific bylaw was the case for no violations being issued out. I just have a question with that. If if this removal will affect the previous cases, and I honestly think it should be, because this bylaw was clearly a huge loophole to reduce the integrity of this entire election. And I think VP of External Affairs Abraham did a really good job of pointing about the failings of judicial. I do not feel as judicial has been doing their job in maintaining the integrity of this. So, like I said, I want to thank you for the motion. And thanks for trying to restore legitimacy in this election.
Can I respond to that? Johnson, so in response to that, I don't know the answer about violations that were previously filed before Senate's motion. I can promise you that I'll look into it, but I don't want to make any promises until I look into the bylaws and the Constitution and codes and things like that. But I can promise you that we will look into it and find a solution, and then let everyone know.
Section C was regards housing, real fast.
I have it.
And there was a violation filed of laptoping at housing. So that's 2 in 1. So that's why I brought it up, and I just forgot to mention that it was in housing. Yeah, so that's that. Oh, and then on the whole thing, we have 3 days to file them. So since they were filed Monday, we can file them again on Wednesday, just in case. Because it says we have 3 days. So if it's not retroactive, can we know immediately so we can make sure that they're filed again? Since we do have 3 days to file them.
If there's nothing that we find, like I said, we'll look after this because I had to make sure that Senate actually approved the motion that I made. If there's nothing that says that you can't, I mean, that's at your discretion for those of you that want to resubmit violations. But like I said, give me a little bit of time to see if there's anything that discusses this matter, because I don't want to make any promises, like I said.
Okay.
So we'll get into that, and then after we find something, we can get back to all of the people who have been submitting violations.
Yeah, so if you look at our bylaws, chapter 21, suspension of amendments to the ASUCR bylaws. In section 2, I believe it says that it takes effect immediately and supersede all bylaws previously approved. So to my interpretation, that means you can retroactively give strikes.
Okay, cool. I first want to reflect all the other individuals in here in thanking those on the horseshoe who have motioned to keep the integrity of our elections. I'm just going to keep it brief. I want to remind everybody on this horseshoe that as members of ASUCR, you are reflecting the entire student body. In reflecting the entire student body, remember to act in the utmost moral character and the utmost integrity of our elections. We want to make sure everybody on this horseshoe deserves to be here under a fair election from students. So keep that in mind in every decision that's made tonight and every decision that's made in the coming weeks.
Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak? Yeah, you're able to come down. I think that, yeah, one will also step down.
Okay, so I guess I don't want to really address the horseshoe, but rather the public. Unfortunately, it's directed in like the opposite direction.
Just turn around. Just turn around.
I would just like to mention, in light of recent events and a party claiming at one point to have been representing a party of the past of last year, I am embarrassed of that party. I'm embarrassed of the fact that this party may not be claiming this statement anymore, but the similar logos, similar design, and the similar same. I didn't want to create a violation. Similar. Because of these similarities, it's hard to differentiate for students who is who, and the representatives of this Senate right now. The winning party last year was very similar to that party. I'm sorry for the vagueness, it's very hard because of violations. But I would just like to say that I am embarrassed to be associated with that particular party, because that party does not represent what is happening with this Senate. This Senate also may have been a majority of a past party. However, as a collective whole, we represent all different parties now. And we do not represent whatever that party is displaying. And I'm also embarrassed at the fact of what they're doing, because my party, and I would even say last year's party, because there was always party politics, but I know that the people on this Senate have integrity and have values that do not represent what is going on right now. So I know that a lot of students are concerned with the fact that they might be, they're not concerned with the fact. They think that they're voting for someone that is going to have the same values as us, but I say that that party does not have the same values as us. They do not have values like us, because they're not showing value. And you can post that on YouTube. Because honestly, it's embarrassing to run with a party thinking that it represents something, to find out that the next year they have totally transformed it into something else. And if you want a democracy, you're not doing it the right way. You're forcing people to vote, and I hope you feel good if you win, that you force people for your win. And that's all I have to say.
I just wanted to make it explicit that there is no party that is continuing on elections from last year. So you can interpret that however you would like to interpret it, whether you believe that anything is similar or not. It is clear that there are no parties that are continuing from last year. So I just wanted to make that clear, because I don't want any statements to be misconstrued or whatnot.
Yes. Or I can sit down there. I think I might have seen Wallace stand as well.
Are you speaking? I'm a member of the public until nobody goes up and I'll speak.
Hello everybody, I'm a member of the public. Just like a student, am I allowed to talk about? Absolutely. Okay, so I just want to remind everybody that, like, if I was a student, just sitting down in the back in the gallery, we're all students, we all go here. I just want everybody to take like a quick second to stop and think back to elections last year and think about where you were almost exactly a year ago. And just remember like how like intense it was. In the last 2-3 hours, I've seen like a lot of crazy stuff happen. From my point of view, I feel like a lot of strategic stuff has been happening as far as, you know, just the elections director and justices. But I mean, strategy and all that is fine. I would just like to remind everybody to keep decorum in the office. We're all students. And if like your mom or your dad was in here today watching you on Senate and you were sitting there and it was just like, oh.
I'll send it to my mom.
Huh?
I'll send it to my mom.
Okay, well, for the purposes of Senate and just legislation in general, I'd just like to remind everybody to be professional. Opposition and all that is natural. We all do not have to agree. And it's clear that there's some biases and personal interests involved for everyone, including myself. But I would just like to remind everybody that we're all human and we're all like, normal. So it's okay to disagree. Can we just, you know, not shout at each other? And also with the whole thing with like regards to like me and Mike passing notes, honestly we've been doing it all year, and this is not as a student, this is as your parliamentarian. Me and Mike have been passing notes all year. It's completely normal. Today I didn't have my phone and I didn't have a laptop, and that's how we stayed in touch. And if y'all want to be consistent with calling people out with passing notes, I'd like to remind everybody on the horseshoe that as elected officials who really care about students, that you really shouldn't be on your phone or you shouldn't be on your laptop, Facebooking, messaging, etc. Just because you're doing it out in the open doesn't make you any different from somebody who's doing it discreetly or under their chair. So if you want to be consistent with calling people out, be consistent with your own practices. That's all I have to say. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, is that something you would like to enforce? Because I have no issue setting phone aside. I don't know if anyone else has an issue with that.
I have no issue with that. Michael would like to enforce it, and next year's vice president would like to enforce it. Honestly, I'd be all for it. I'm pretty sure Armando enforced it a while ago.
Okay.
But that's all I have to say.
Yeah, I changed it to allow laptops and phones to be able to view legislation, because sometimes it's difficult for those to have a discussion around the view of the screen.
Thank you. And going green.
And going green, so less paper to be printed out.
That's fine. All right, everybody, thank you.
Do you have a question?
Do you have
I just have a
questions?
question. So you said that there's a lot of strategic things going on with the elections director, elections committee, and justices. I would ask you what those are.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't feel comfortable discussing that.
But you feel comfortable making a claim, an accusation, but you don't feel comfortable saying what it is.
No, I feel comfortable highlighting what could be a concern, but I don't
What
want to
could be a
point.
concern?
But I wouldn't want to point fingers without any substantial evidence.
Okay,
You did.
that's what you did. Great, thank you.
That's one. Does anybody else have any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public that would like to come forward?
Hey y'all, Francisco Lavaga, fourth year. I'm not gonna get many chances to talk to you all because I have 4 weeks left here on this campus, so I guess I'll just say I want to thank you all for your work this year. I hope that you're going to do the right thing today with elections and all the claims that are being made. I would like to share with you that my parents weren't able to vote they were 35 because of not everybody in the world has the right to vote. I'm not going to be able to vote until I'm 27 because not everybody in the world has the right to vote. So remember, that's a privilege, it's a right, and it's been hard fought. And even if it's just a school election, doesn't mean that you can do whatever you want with that election. It is a founding cornerstone of this democracy that I just recently joined because I became a citizen about 2 months ago. So, thank you for your work here, and I hope you all do the right thing.
Hello everybody, my name is Harmandeep Sangha. I'm a 4th year biology major. First and foremost, I want to echo what Momo said. You know, we are elected officials, we should be civil, we should respect one another. We should respect members of Galley, and at the same time, members of the Galley should respect us. The next thing I want to then talk about is I've easily noticed politicization of the horseshoe, but at the same time I've also noticed politicization of the Galley. You know, we could come here and we can talk about how, oh, things I've seen the Senate do, but how is that any different from me coming up in front of the Senate and implying certain things? To me, that is the same thing. Secondly, I would also want to state that implicit messages should not be misconstrued to not say that they are not negative campaigning. If I am implying negativity, then it is still negative campaigning to my understanding. So once again, with that message, I would like to say, make sure to stay civil. We are in the midst of an election. All of us have either been candidates before, we have hopefully all voted before, we have, you know, many of us are elected officials, former elected officials, or maybe future elected officials. So I want to know, for those of us that are currently sitting there, show respect. For those of us that are trying to sit here, show respect. And for those of us that don't want to sit here, show respect too. Respect all across the board. At the end of the day, we are all Highlanders, and I want everybody to know that. Thank you.
You're gonna be annoyed with me, Molly. Sorry, I'm here again. Okay, so I actually don't think that people here have any, like, we don't need to respect people here because, you know, you're accountable to us as students. You're supposed to represent us. Okay, like maybe, like I do think that people who are elected should respect the people who are speaking, and I don't think that all the time. Like, I don't think it's wrong to be angry because we're here for a purpose, right? We're angry about the way elections are happening. We're angry that people are not taking, you know, this seriously, that people are literally forcing other students to vote. I have heard testimonies from students who have had their phone taken away from them, and someone like punching in buttons and handing it back to them, telling them to vote. That's a violation. Like, that's really like violating your own personal space. And I am someone who has had, you know, their space and their body violated before. When people, like, I think it's fair to let people feel the way they feel, and that the people here in the Galley can express their emotions, and then you are elected here, you are paid here by your student fees to listen to us. That's what you have to do. And if you're mad with the way that I express things, I'm sorry, but you get paid for this, so you have to sit here. Or you can just like quit your position, that's another topic. And you know, from the whole meeting here, I think, right, you know, people, there are feelings around in the Galley. I think people have been disrespectful to each other. But I also think, you know, specifically how this meeting was chaired was very unprofessional as well. And I think you can't discount that as well. So I'm someone who's like very pissed off right now, and I think I am right in being pissed off, and I won't stop being pissed off because things are really shitty right now. Thank you.
If there are no other members of the public that would like to come forward, with that, I will move us on to table and announcements. So we can begin from my right, and we'll move around to my left. Senator Jason Ergen.
All right, everybody. So add a little positivity into this meeting. So as you guys may or may not know, I've been saying this for like the last couple of weeks straight. I work on a project called Project DTR. Unfortunately, these past couple of weeks, I haven't been able to get the support that I've been wanting. However, we're still moving forward with this project, and hopefully if all works out well, I've been working with Abe, and we're going to get a significant amount of money to order potentially 100 or so more shirts for an art crawl we have coming up this coming Thursday. I think it's May 7th. May 7th. And so if you guys go to that event, you guys will be getting free shirts while supplies last. We're going to have tank tops and normal shirts as well. And the Wednesday before, so this coming Wednesday, we will also be trying to table and trying to raffle those off and spin some wheels and give those away. So just because our crawl is, I guess, designed for those that are 21 and over, that doesn't mean that if you're not 21 and over, you can't get a shirt. So please come out, please have a good time. I'll try to make a Facebook event for that, and we'll try to get some pictures up on the ASUCR Instagram. So if you're very interested, please come out. It should be fun.
Hi. So in regards to the pub crawl next Thursday, that is the same night as the Undy Run, which has been been like for the last quarter, so that was a meeting that was made quite some time ago. If maybe like a collaboration is possible, it'd be awesome, but I just want you to be aware that it is the same night.
Yeah, we can collaborate. I have no problem with that. This is designed to be more of a nighttime thing. I'm not entirely sure what time the Underrun is supposed to be at
9
exactly.
p.m.
9 p.m. Well, this, from what I've talked to interns about, it's not supposed to start until 10:30.
Oh, okay.
So I think that should be ample time, and if anything, we can hybridize the two or something like that and get some downtown area going down. We highly encourage Lyft or Uber. Please do not drink and drive, and come get a free shirt. It should be a lot of fun.
Thanks, Chase. That was the quickest collaboration. Yeah, it was very fast. Boom, boom.
Point of clarification, you said that there would be activities at the art crawl for people who are under 21.
I think you kind of misunderstood what I was saying. However, there are restaurants that are open downtown, and we're going to essentially be meeting about a location. Although art crawl is intended to be a pub crawl type event, that doesn't mean that nobody else can go. You're more than welcome to come and get a free shirt and go eat at a restaurant, go to Back to the Grind, get some coffee, do what you like. The shirts are an incentive for people to come out, and although they do say art crawl and Project DTR, it's completely inclusive. It's not exclusive in any way. However, to participate with a mob of people and go into different bars, you do have to be 21. Unfortunately, that's a California law. You're welcome.
Yeah, so next week is the Feminism Awareness Week. I hope everyone comes out to that. We'll let Jeffrey talk a little bit more about it. It's going to be really awesome. There's going to be some really great events happening all next week, so I hope you all come out. And I'm excited to also go to Semana de la Raza next week as well. And then the other thing was the bylaws that were supposed to be up today. I just wanted to make it public that we're going to be waiting for that response by next week, because it was my hope that those would be up this week, but it was requested by President Nafi that he is going to add more to it, so he is going to adjust it. So I just want to make sure that goes up next week, because we'll have more bylaws next week. So looking forward to seeing that next week. Yeah.
Thanks. Senator Delaney,
Pass.
Senator Kathleen Seymour.
Pass.
Senator Condra.
I'm still looking for a date for that workshop that I plan to do, so I'll have one by next week.
Yeah,
I did meet
I was
with
looking
Graham, so it's in the works, and he did give me a lot of tips on how to structure it and and how to go along with the process. So I will update you by next week.
Senator Sharma.
Feminism Awareness Week, be there, I'll be there, you'll be there, Joe will be there, Summer will be there, you'll be here, everyone will be there, so y'all should come.
Our Director Jessica Arquidez.
Highly encourage everyone to participate in Feminist Awareness Week. I will also do it. And if those, there's any events that I won't be there, I will fully support from wherever I am. So yeah, shout out to everyone that's having events next week, whether it be pub crawl, any run, any events, holla at everyone. So one thing that I tried to pass around, I don't know if everyone received the flyers, they did it on my website. Shout out to Boled. Last year they had the amazing opportunity to raise funds to give out 6 $500 scholarships, and they're hoping to do the same, focusing on undocumented students. Boled is a organization on campus, and I just wanted to invite everyone on the Horseshoe and in the galley to the banquet. This year's theme is Raising Dollars for Scholars, and it is presented by Boled. It's going to be happening Sunday, May 31st, from 6 to 9 p.m. Doors open at 5:30. It'll be here on campus at Hub 302. General admission is $30. Students are $20. And I also maybe encourage ASUCR to get a table, so that way we can sit together as an organization and help support student organizations that are on campus. So that's amazing. Oh, what about that? Okay, so anyone who wants to participate in I'm sorry, wait, finish this. So if there's any questions about the Boled banquet, I can go ahead and answer them for you, or if not, I can guide you to someone who can give you answers. But I do highly encourage everyone to attend, because it is also an end-of-the-year banquet, as we're also acknowledging students' hard work. There's going to be silent auctions. One of the auctions is taquero. So there's going to be raffling for different things, different art pieces, and then you can also choose to donate. So if y'all are interested, you can donate to Boled for their silent auction. one thing before I mention Raza Grad is we're having a Pachuco Ball. So student leaders on campus are getting together. We're hoping for it to be a banquet and also in remembrance of, you know, the Pachuco era and the idea of having students go back. There's a lot of different ideas that are going around, but we do have the date and time set. It's going to be Thursday, May 21st at Mexicali. Not Mexicali, the actual place, but Mexicali Club downtown. But that's really great. I'm going to participate. I bought my ticket. I encourage you all to buy your ticket. They're $5. We are hoping to get everyone to dress up. We are having a Pachuco Pachuca contest. So if you'd like to dress up, I highly encourage that as well. We are also encouraging students to like go out and ask mujeres or those that identify, you know, to ask their date in a like cute way. It's something that like I see a lot of different, you know, people to do. But unfortunately, you know, in my community, we don't really have that many banquets, or we don't have like formals and things like that. But if anybody wants to ask me to them, then I would be happy to accept it. Or, but just know that I'm inviting everybody, so there's a possibility of me asking everyone on the horseshoe to go. I'm going to try to do it in a cute way. But I really encourage everyone to go. I would want to see everybody dressed up as a Pachuco or Pachuca, or, you know, come in as your own self in the going back to the Pachuca era. Another thing that Christian brought up was Raza Assemblies. I'm sorry, not Raza Assembly only, but UCR's Raza Grad. So there are different graduation as opposed to traditional graduation. One of them being Raza Grad. This is a great ceremony, very celebrating cultural awareness as well as inviting others on campus. It's going to be at the rec center. Thank you to those that are a part of the rec governing board who helped support the waiver being passed. I know there was also student leaders, some that are in the galley that helped push the waiver being, you know, approved. Some people spoke, some people, you know, chose to, you know, be in solidarity. But yeah, that's an amazing thing. Thank you for bringing it up, Christian. But if anyone would want to participate in that, go ahead and contact me or Christian if that's cool. They can guide you to people. Yeah. So, but yeah, any questions, go ahead and let me know. Pachuco Ball, Poder Banquet, Semana de la Raza.
Thanks. Stephanie Rose.
Well, I'm going to encourage everyone to vote once again. I know I sound like a broken record. As of now, we have 4,550 votes in. So please come out to the bell tower tomorrow and Friday. Tomorrow you can get some cookies and play on the inflatable slide or jousting ring. And then Friday we're giving away free promotional items. And then additionally, I just want to say the Elections Committee and I are working really, really hard to make sure that this is an effective campaign season, and we are taking the concerns of members of the Horseshoe, candidates, and students on campus very seriously. Trust me, I wake up at 3 in the morning and I'm checking the vote count, so this is very important to us, and please let us know if there's anything else that you need from us. Thank you. Good luck to all the candidates.
President Pro Tem Gordon Plaza.
Hi everyone, just to reiterate what Christian and Summer already said, and what I'm sure Reem will also reiterate, Feminism Awareness Week is finally next week. So it's Monday, May 4th through the 7th, and we have a women's caucus on Monday at the Bears Den. We have professor discussion on Tuesday with Professor Jay Ward. On Wednesday we have this really cool visual display. We're going to have balloons in the grass by the bell tower, and you'll be able to write your misconception about feminism on it, and at the end of the day we'll release them as if we're releasing the misconceptions about feminism on our campus. And then Thursday we have a movie screening with misrepresentation. And throughout the week we'll also have a photo campaign going on, and I'll let Reem kind of go into detail about all of those.
Vice President Finance Understand. Secretary Daily Trump. Parliamentary Memo Singh.
Again, I'd just like to reiterate, good luck to everyone this week, and just be active. And also, we're all coming to meeting next week, and all of this will be over. So hopefully, again, maintain stability. I don't want bad blood with anybody on this horseshoe or anybody in the gallery. I just hope next Wednesday, we're all good.
Yeah, so I did clarify with Kevin For those of you that don't know, he's board chair of UCSA, and he's like Robert's Rules, like extraordinaire. And so he said generally, I said a board or senate can decide which other individuals not a part of it can remain for a closed session, correct? He said generally, yes, if your governing documents don't specify the default, you get to decide. Which our governing documents do not. So I would ask for when we finish roundtable announcements for Senate to consider which members, aside from the senators, can remain in your closed session.
Senators
After
and
the
members
roundtable.
on the board.
Senators.
We get to decide.
Vice President of Campus Internal Affairs, Commissioner Rita.
So I just want to say I enjoyed being dumped today. I enjoyed dumping other people. Remember, election still continues. Last day is Friday. And that's it. I hope you all have a great week.
You trying to be on the committee?
Senator Herman
Yeah, so Nepal was recently hit with a massive 7.8 magnitude earthquake, and this has caused devastation across the whole country of Nepal. The death toll is already over 5,000 and it continues to rise. South Asian Federation has organized a candlelight vigil for earthquake victims in Nepal. This is going to take place tomorrow at the flagpole at 7:30. There's also a fundraiser, and there's also a awareness for a Nepal dinner that's happening tomorrow from 5 to 7 at the barn. It would mean a lot to those affected by this earthquake. It would mean a lot to the Nepali students on this campus, and it also mean a lot to the South Asian community if ASUCR members were there to support them. So I hope to see you all there tomorrow.
Do we need a flyer for the barn or just tell them?
So the fundraiser at the barn is actually not through the barn. They're going to have Red Cross there too, and you can donate money. South Asian Federation will also have a donation box, and we're in the process of currently acquiring wristbands, which we will sell at, for donations, which all proceeds will go towards some sort of relief effort. We still haven't finalized the organization that we wish to donate to, but I can promise as co-president of the organization that it will be an organization that is effective and will actually reach out to the victims of the tragedy.
Hi everyone, thank you for all of those involved in Feminism Awareness Week, Summer, Christian, and Devin, at least directly for almost exhausting everything that I was going to say. But if y'all have any more questions, we are going to be sending out a campus-wide email by tomorrow, which will also include our flyer, and we're printing out a lot of flyers which we'll be disseminating throughout campus and hopefully throughout your mailboxes. So please do come to the events. I know that some of them are during the day and maybe conflicting with some of your classes, but come to the ones that you can. Our feminism photo campaign is going to be taking place throughout the week, as Summer or Devin or Christian mentioned earlier. So if any of you all are interested, we definitely encourage you to reach out to us so we can take your photo and put it in a template. Also want to emphasize that this is an open and inclusive series of events. So we highly encourage everyone to come out. It's not for just women or people that identify as such. We definitely encourage men to also come out. So thank you everyone. See you then.
Senator Taylor Bradley Bowles.
Really quick, I'd like to thank A for giving that great presentation. As someone who is a former justice and I've seen the bylaws myself, I think that I could expressly say that I think that the judicial branch is one of the weakest elements of the associated students at UCR site, and it needs a lot of work, and that's important for all of us here because we're all responsible in some ways for all of the ASUCR as a whole and making sure everything runs efficiently and correct. So no one's out of the loop here. We're all responsible. The next point I wanted to make is so we met with me and John with Chas. We wanted to make like something like an outlet for Chas used to do a newsletter back in the day in 2011, 2012, where he used to show. Yeah, they used to show basically what students in CHAS were doing, whether they were going abroad, whether they're doing research, professors in CHAS, what they were doing, if they're doing research and things like this. This has been stopped. It hasn't stopped in 2012 and hasn't continued since. Basically, we want to do something. We want to create an outlet where students in CHAS can express what they're doing as CHAS students, and other CHAS students can see it, maybe like an online blog type thing. So they can submit their things in there. Basically, that's about it. I enjoyed the dunk today. The dunk tank was awesome. Great idea, fabulous idea. Keep it coming every year. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Senator Jackie Jacoby.
Okay, just a reminder, Undie Run next Thursday night, slightly before Jason's event. Well, I had an awesome time being dunked today. It was super fun. I dunked Sandoval. Jim Sandoval. Vice Chancellor Jim Sandoval. And it was a really great time. Also, I want to throw out there that this election season, I've been blissfully unaware of everything going on. I've endorsed no parties, no individuals. I've taken a huge step back, and so I'm learning about all this stuff happening as it's happening tonight, and I'm taken aback by it all, but really looking forward to whatever is going to be the resolution to all these problems. So, also, the Saturday at Spring Splash, please party safely, responsibly. Don't get hurt. It's going to be super hot on Saturday, so stay hydrated. Don't go too crazy. Have fun. Bye. Thanks. No Thomases. Oh wait, that was what Reem said. No, I don't know why I said that. I thought I was saying that for you. Okay. I'm tired of this.
Senator Glenn.
I just want to thank everyone that came to the Armenian Student Association commemoration. The flowers were fallen, and for taking a moment of silence. Last Senate meeting, I appreciate it, and the Armenian Student Association truly appreciates it. They were very happy to see it on the YouTube video. Also, I'm pretty sure I got a record of dunks today. I counted 20. It was bad. I don't know. Everyone really wanted to just dunk me, so that was great. Also, I'm glad that we were able to make a small collaboration with Jason's event. I think it's going to be very successful. And I think a lot of people who are going to come to our Undie Run will come to your event afterwards. And hopefully there will be more activities for the youngins. So,
Yeah.
The last but not least, Senator Ali Hobbs.
Pass.
Okay, with that.
So for those of you all that were interested in bringing back the being in the bomb for the
bring back the bomb.
I talked to Susan Allen Ortega, and we're still working on it. But I want to apologize because I wasn't working collaboratively. I was kind of I tend to forget to include everyone. But I have been working on it. But I think it'd be important to kind of maybe have a statement to just question why, so that way we can do that. Because right now we haven't really received any responses or answers to the questions that we asked. Thanks. Putting in the bond.
Okay, with that, at this time we are moving into a closed session regarding personnel. So I would like to send my thanks to the galley for coming out there. Just as a quick reminder, there will be an open session following this closed session. So you are invited to return following the point of this closed session. So I'd like to thank the galley for coming out.
Yeah, so I believe there's other matters to be considered in closed session. I think what would be most appropriate for us to do is consider the matter that was brought up today during my presentation first. I would encourage Senate to allow the justices and the elections committee to remain in your closed session only. You can decide that by virtue of a vote. So the Highlander, they're asking about the Highlander.
Can we leave our equipment here, please?
But
We'll
You
turn
can
off.
leave it in there, but it would have to be off because it's closed.
Yeah, we'll leave it off.
How do you check it?
Abraham Galvan, unfortunately, you need 24 hours to request a closed session.
But there's already one on the.
No, there's one for a very specific matter. So you can request an additional
Point of
closed
inquiry.
session.
Point of
But-
inquiry,
Yes.
in the past, we've added things to closed
Yeah.
sessions that haven't been on the agenda for closed session.
And you've entertained those motions before. I would question why you are suddenly trying to scrutinize this more severely than anything else. Also, I would
I'm
point
sorry,
out
that's
that we are
actually
not
not the
adding,
case.
can you please let me finish? I know you're the chair, but can you at least let me finish speaking when I'm talking? Thank you. So I would question, not only that, I would also say that we are not adding a closed session. There's already a closed session on the agenda. We're adding an item to be discussed within the closed session that is already existing. That to me is very different, so.
Okay.
So,
All right, so this is up to the consideration of Senate.
You remind them of the procedure?
which individuals you want to keep within your room for at least the beginning part of the session?
Wait, so what are we discussing here?
So do I have a motion? Can I make a motion right now?
Yeah.
Okay. I move to have the justices, senators, and election committee members of the horseshoe remain during the first part of the closed session. Do I have a second?
But point of clarification, that means directors and executive cabinet are out.
Yes, and then except for those that are in elections committee, so Stephanie and Abraham will still be here. So that is my motion. I do have a second. I think we should proceed to vote.
Sorry, Jeremy? Just for parliamentary procedure, we're just going to go ahead and double check. I'm not withdrawing your motion, I'm just going to keep it open just to double check. Can you restate just for the minutes, the motion? Can I have the second, all in favor, just to have the proper word? John, the second?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And could you restate your motion just for the minutes?
Just got a question. So my motion was for the beginning of the closed session to have just senators, election committee members of the horseshoe, and then those that pertain to the thing, so the justices. So the justices, the senators, and election committee members of the horseshoe.
Can I place a motion?
Yes.
I move to include the director of outreach in the Is that seriously, because I'm not included in the red, but I have to receive a second and vote as well. Is that?
Herman Singh is allowed to amend his motion.
No, this is separate motion.
Separate motion.
I have to get a second for my motion.
Okay. Then,
So just to clarify, the purpose of my motion was not to specifically exclude certain people. The purpose of my motion was to constructively evaluate things that pertain to the Senate and those individuals that are involved. The elections, this is something that the election committee has extensively discussed, and it is something that's brought up to the Senate. So to my understanding, that's why my motion was made, not to exclude anybody, it was just made to, so that it would be directed towards the senators and those individuals involved, so the justices and then the election committee. And if my motion doesn't go through, then everybody that has personal privilege on this horseshoe would remain, and that would include yourself and include the rest of the cap. So my motion has a purpose. If you don't agree with my motion, don't vote that way, and if you agree with it, vote that way. But then as we continue with the rest of closed session, those other individuals would come back and know that the first item of closed session pertains to what Abraham's presentation and the justices. So that hearing is going to happen in the public anyway, so you will be informed then.
quick question, Senator.
Yes.
Is there any particular reason why you want executive cabinet to lead the first item of the closed session?
So my basis of my motion is based off Abraham's presentation in which he encouraged that. I don't know if Abraham can answer. I yield my time to Abraham to answer that. I do have other reasons, but it is more personnel. And therefore I can't disclose.
By the way, your motion would also expel our Senate Secretary from being able to take minutes.
You don't take minutes, do you?
No, not, we do take minutes for the office purposes, but they aren't for public.
Okay, so I will address this. So the reason why I believe,
Sorry,
the reason why I believe that you should do this is really because I think that this is a very serious matter in which the least amount of possible people that need to be in here should be in the room. I also think that there are members of the Horseshoe that could pressure you in ways that I would not like you to feel pressured by. And that's your own discretion if you believe that that's happening or not. That's why I made that suggestion. I'm not saying you have to do it. Obviously, if you agree with the suggestion, then vote for it. If you don't, then don't vote for it. And either way, that's what happens. Did you have another question?
Yes.
So after reviewing the Constitution, the closed session is limited to everybody on the Horseshoe. So you actually cannot include other members. Because it explicitly states in the Constitution that it must be limited to. But you can actually remove everybody else. And then you would have to motion to exclude me because since you would now be the chair, after Michael leaves, you still need a parliamentarian. So you need to exclude me as well. Is everybody clear?
As point of parliament procedure, my understanding of the word limited means maximum. So the closed session shall have a maximum of the senators, senate staff, and executive cabinet.
That's all we're saying.
No, but don't.
They're the accused.
They're the
correct?
accused.
Yeah, but I'm
Like,
for hearing.
When we're talking about.
They have to come back, they can be in closed session.
When would they please start?
So, yeah, so maybe it was, I'm okay with admitting that maybe they shouldn't be included in the closed session or can't be included in the closed session. I would have liked for them to be included in the closed session, but if it's not possible, then we won't do it. I would ask Herman to amend his motion.
Amended.
Can you restate your motion?
I was just gonna say, closed session, usually it's anybody in the galley that's included is usually they come up to make a statement and then they're asked to leave, they're not privy to the conversation. That's usually what the closed session
Yeah,
is.
like when we're reading talks and we leave.
So if there's something you need to ask
That's why
of the justices, they should be able to be invited to come in and speak one at a time and answer any questions and then be excused for the discussion.
Okay.
That's the way it's been done typically in the past.
Yeah, we can try.
Okay, so at this point, I would second Herman's motion to go into closed session with the senators and the elections committee members. We can bring in people for questioning as needed. So that motion is seconded. Can we please move forward with a vote?
I withdraw my motion, even though it wasn't included.
It was.
It was?
At second.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Did you still want to withdraw your motion?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
I
Yes, he has to exclude me from the meeting. Just go to the program.
I'm sorry, is there a discrepancy in the motion?
Yeah, it's fine, but I was just letting you know if I'm gonna leave the room, you have to exclude me from the motion. Because we're parliamentary bylaws.
Like I didn't include you. Like I didn't exclude. I just included people. I didn't exclude anybody. Does that make sense? Like I didn't. Like, I didn't. Okay.
Not
I
a
understand,
this
yes,
motion
I
again.
understand.
Okay. So I may be rephrasing my motion, but the intention is the same. I move for a closed session which only consists of senators and members of the elections committee that sit on the horseshoe.
Yes, second.
Same thing.
Okay. Seconded by Senator Jason Ramirez.
That's Katharina, sorry.
Sorry, Katharina, second. Okay, all those in favor?
Yeah.
All right. Hold on one second, let's finish. All those in favor? All those opposed? And abstained. Okay, 5-15-0-0. This passes. I want to thank the gallery for coming out. We will have an open session following this. outside.
Michael, do you want me to lock the door or do you want me to leave it open?
I mean, you can leave it open, I'm sure the Senate.
I was born in history.
They were in
On
here.
last week's
I tried to
episode
yell,
of
but-
Keeping Up with Senate, you missed a lot of yelling. Dramatic tension. Last English.
Okay. We will now proceed with our next item on the agenda. Thank you all for joining us again. So where we were at is currently there was a motion to table presentation to come after our closed session. So we will continue with the presentation. External Affairs Vice President Abraham Galvan.
Okay, so during our closed session, we deliberated on the matter, whether there needs to be another hearing or not. We allowed the justices to come forward for any questions that we had. At this point in my presentation, I would ask for a motion in order for Senate to have a hearing for the individual or individuals.
Wait, sorry. Wait, sorry. Can you be specific about the individuals as referring to?
It's up to Senate. When they make the motion,
I'm
it will
sorry,
be
can you
there.
I'd like
just so I can understand, sorry.
You will understand like shortly enough.
Well, before the motion is made, or can you explain that a little bit? I'm just not.
Because it's up to Senate.
It's not up to me.
He's not making the
Yeah, like, I'm not making the motion. It's up to them to determine if they want any individual to have a hearing.
Okay, okay. That's good. Okay, so motion by, not by you then?
No,
Okay.
it's-
Okay. President Pro Tem for Jeff Plaza.
I'd like to make a motion to have two separate hearings. One for Chief Justice and one for the other Justice, Daniel Ojo.
Okay, motion by Devin Plaza, second by Senator Dean Blake. All those in favor? All those opposed? And abstained. Okay, by 15-0-0. This motion passes.
Is that for both of the motions?
For both
One
motions.
One motion for two hearings.
So, unfortunately, there is no precedent on exact process for this.
The only thing that.
Personally, I've never encountered something like this myself. So we'll try to just adhere to Robert's Rules of Order for the purposes of transparency. I suppose if there were any specific questions the Senate had for open session for members of judicial, I think such a thing would be in order.
So now, are they gonna come?
Did they come forward for the first one?
Yeah, I suppose we'll start with the first case.
So what I was gonna say is, the Constitution, the only thing that it says about this hearing, like, the only thing that it says is that there will be equal opportunity for the accused and the accuser. I believe, maybe, I don't know if for this matter, I wasn't technically the one that brought hearing against anybody, but I was the one that brought the issue to the light. So if you would like to consider me the accuser, that's fine. I think I've already made my, I think I've already made my case here. So, but I do think that the justices that are in the hearing should have the opportunity to give their case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'll leave this as an optional thing. Of course, no one should be. No one should be forced to. No one should be forced to like defend themselves if they don't wish to come forward. It's entirely up to their own personal if they feel comfortable So I believe that you, when you made the motion, you were with the Chief Justice. Okay, so, and at this point, if the Chief...
I'd like to be familiar with the complaints being made against the Chief Justice in the hearing.
Okay, is that, those are the
But
complaints?
now we're in the hearing, so the accuser needs to make your case, and the accused would defend their case.
You just can't refute, I don't know what you're bringing specifically against me from what was
There's no case
discussed
for her to
earlier.
refute.
I will say them out of courtesy. I do believe that I've had equal opportunity to say it, and I have already made that case. I don't think that I need to go again. It doesn't, the Constitution does not require me to, but because I understand your point, I will reiterate my whole case.
Are you, everything you said earlier was specifically
Nothing that I said earlier was
regarding me.
specifically regarding any individuals. I can talk now on the matter for individuals if you, as necessary.
I think to make this process a little bit easier, just so there's not a kind of like off the horseshoe, on the horseshoe thing.
Shall I?
Yeah, so we were resolving this issue. I'll go back down.
Yeah, I know, and I'm trying to assist with that. So I think what would be really helpful, I think, would be if you want, since you made the presentation from off the horseshoe, since you've like kind of, I suppose, anointed yourself as the accuser, if you wanted to also step down from off the horseshoe while making these arguments, I think that would be a fair thing.
Yeah, I can do so. I was resolving the matter of whether I even needed to do so. But yeah, I will do so now before I begin because. So my computer is dead, so I'm not gonna have the extent of information that I had.
We're able to bring up
Because I had
onto the
to highlight-
projector the document that you sent to Ardelia.
Yeah, if you could bring the rules of procedure up. The Constitution, I also had the highlighted parts, but I'll just mention those. I think I'm very familiar enough. So, I guess with regards to the Chief Justice, my only issue that I think is in regards to the hearing is the Constitution allows you to have a hearing for dereliction of duty. I would argue that the acting Chief Justice has not followed the procedure at hand that is established and the duties that are established in the Constitution. In the Constitution specifically says that Judicial Council must inform the public and of all deliberations and all meeting and all decisions that are made. That has not been done. Specifically tasked the Chief Justice with being the one to submit written decisions to the Senate and the Executive Cabinet, which has not been done. So that is the main complaint that I would propose there. I also believe it falls on the responsibility of the Chief Justice, or at least the acting Chief Justice, to ensure that the Judicial Council is following these transparent procedures and is accountable to following the Constitution and the bylaws. So I would say that the duty of the Chief Justice has not been done. So that's really that. Yeah, that's it. I'll stay down here.
All right.
I was officially ratified as Chief Justice on April 10th. At that point, 7 cases had been heard when I was not acting as Chief Justice. Justice Matthew Richardson was acting Chief Justice during that time. At the point I became Justice, the first case to be heard under my jurisdiction was submitted, let me see here, April 17th, and was discussed on the 23rd. Our decision was made on the 23rd. This means that I am still well within my allotted time to present these cases to Senate and to the Executive Cabinet. And so to instead hold me responsible for the mistakes of the past Chief Justice, I feel like is a complete step out of bounds. That was not my responsibility. It was not made clear to me that, he never discussed with me, you need to send these out, because I was not Chief Justice. This was not my role.
We'll have entertain a couple speakers. So Jessica Arquidez, Delane, Abraham Galvan, and Senator Lindsay. Abraham, I believe you.
Okay, so what I would say is, we have in multiple instances made the acting chief justice aware that we have not received any verdicts, even from the past. Even then, those verdicts were not given to the public or even the elections committee for that matter. Also, I believe that it's dereliction of duty to assume the chief justice position in a way that's not even according to the Constitution. I think that shows that the Constitution is not being followed by the Judicial Council, and that does fall on the person that assumed the Chief Justice position. In the Constitution, it says that a Chief Justice shall not be selected, and it says if the Chief Justice vacates their position, then another justice will be nominated, and at that point, there will be an election for a Chief Justice. That is not the process that has been followed.
Okay, let me get that. Can you cite exactly where?
Yes, if I can see the Constitution.
I have it,
It's up there. It's up there?
Article
Where is
6,
this?
section,
No, that's
This is the rules of
section 8.
That's the rules of procedure.
No, in the
She has the.
It's Article 6, section H, vacancies, number 2.
H. Oh my God,
It says, in the
what just
event that
happened?
the Chief Justice vacates his or her position, then once a new Chief Justice is appointed to fill the position, the Judicial Council will elect a new Chief Justice.
Yes, and that election was held. So I don't understand what the misgivings are here.
That was my question. I don't know if we continue on to the speaker.
Yeah, we would
Understand what I
like.
said, or what?
Jessica,
Can you
Never
read?
mind, yeah, you would want to have a conversation.
Can you read the section, please?
You said section H?
Yeah, Article 6, section H, number 2, in the event that the Chief Justice vacates his or her position, then once a new justice is appointed to fill the position, the Judicial Council will need to elect a new Chief Justice. And then right above that, however, it says in the event that a vacancy occurs, an eligible member of AS shall be appointed by ECAB to complete the duration of that term and ratified by Senate.
Correct. However, that does not specify that a new Chief Justice cannot be selected during that time. And in fact, I would put forward that at the beginning of this year, when we did have our vote to ratify Matthew Richardson as Chief Justice, that we were only given 5 justices at that point. That meant that under those conditions, we would not be able to report officially to the Senate. We would not be able to, follow those guidelines. It does not explicitly state that we must have 6 justices in order to hold this election.
That is not my argument. It says, in the event the Chief Justice vacates his or her position, then once a new justice is appointed to fill the position, the Judicial Council will need to elect a new Chief Justice. Matthew left, and at that point, there was a vacancy for his position. That one has not been filled. We've specifically discussed it on this horseshoe that we needed to fill it. It has still not been filled, so there should not have been any election of a Chief Justice. That is clear in the code.
We are unable to be without a Chief Justice for 14 days.
Then the nomination should have been made, and if that's an issue that you have with another member of...
we cannot make nominations. That is completely out of our hands.
I'm not saying that's in your control. That's not...
And so, essentially what you are positioning me in is damned if I do, damned if I don't. If we don't have our Chief Justice within the 14 days, that's what the Constitution says. We must have a justice. There cannot be an absent Chief Justice for 2 weeks. We need that role filled.
Point of clarification, so is the argument stating that you can't move forward without a Chief of Justice, but you can't move forward without a full, or you can't report without the full justices?
That's the argument that Abraham is positing, that we couldn't vote for a Chief Justice without having a 6th member. However, Nafi was informed. He has not contacted, he's not contacted me, who is acting as Vice Chief Justice. That would have been reasonable for that to be, given to me. I haven't been able to have any contact with this in these regards.
I had to have another justice contact him or contact someone else and ask, look, where is this, what's going on? And we were told, oh yeah, they were supposed to be ratified last week, but they weren't able to make it. We can't function like this. We have been working under the conditions that we have been in, and that's what we have chosen to follow. We had 14 days from the removal of our last Chief Justice, and that's how we had to move forward. That's why I'm saying it's a damned if we do, damned if we don't, by the argument being put forward.
That is not the case.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to have a back and forth. We're going to move on to Senator Delaney Cummings.
Hi, thank you for coming and staying. I know it's late. This is kind of a different issue, but I was just wondering if we could hear your logic behind not releasing any of the decisions.
Because at the point that, are you discussing
Since
the
you've
decisions
been
made last night?
No, throughout.
Okay.
I'm just confused why it hasn't been more transparent, I guess.
As far as transparency, that's always a concern that's been raised. It was a concern that was raised last year, and I would attribute that to the fact that when we hear these cases, because we're dealing with sensitive information and we're not able to disclose, who's filing what against whom, I would say that that's a level of transparency that we can't peel that back. That would, I would say, harm the integrity of the process there. As far as why the decisions that have been made since I've become justice have not been disclosed, it's essentially that we try to take great care in how we explain it. We try to have an email in which we're able to cite where we're going to for this decision. We try to write out, like, this is the explanation, you were assigned this strike, if you want to appeal, you have this much time.
Okay.
And so like I've mentioned before, the case upon which I had become Chief Justice is still within that window.
Okay. I think I just
I just want to make sure I'm being thorough for your answer. Question, sorry.
All right, 1 second. Actually, I'm sorry, you don't have to.
Yeah, so I think my question is directed actually more towards Abraham, just so I understand his argument. I believe in Section H you cited Section H vacancies, and it says, in the event that the Chief Justice vacates his or her position, then once a new justice is appointed to fill the position, Judicial Council will elect a new Chief Justice. So the fact that the Executive Cabinet hasn't appointed a new justice, there should be no newly elected Chief Justice. And then if I go up to Section D, under number 2, Justices, in the event that a chief is unable to fill his or her responsibilities, elect a new or interim chief. So is your argument that she should not have been ratified as the new Chief Justice, but rather have just been acting as the interim justice according to the Constitution?
Yes, that's my argument. Also, what I would say is, if the judicial branch felt like they were in a position that it was another branch that was inhibiting them from being able to elect a Chief Justice, that was a matter that could have easily been brought to Senate or could have easily been brought to Executive Cabinet, and it was not. So I do not feel like it was the case that the Judicial Council was aware that this was a matter and then they were forced to act within 14 days. It seems like what's the case is that the Judicial Council was unaware of this clause, and now it's beneficial to say that there was a time limit.
We had gone to Executive Cabinet. The person we discussed this with that disclosed to us that they were supposed to be ratified the week before was on Executive Cabinet.
But that is not the Executive Cabinet. Just because somebody is on the Executive Cabinet, that does not mean you talk to the Executive Cabinet.
Okay. My question was just essentially those 2 points. I believe I understand Abe's argument. I don't fully understand yours.
Where can I clarify?
Yeah, just the interim part. Did you know that, maybe my understanding of the Constitution may be wrong too, but did you know or do you believe that you can have a Chief Justice acting as interim until we appoint another justice?
I'm sorry, can you say that again, please?
So, do you believe that the Judicial Council can review and act accordingly on cases without there being another justice and somebody acting as the interim chief
as stated under justices under section D?
Yes, I believe absolutely we can function in that way.
Okay, thank you.
Point of inquiry, who did you reach out to?
My board.
Okay.
Is there other names? I think Abraham, you were next to speak.
Oh, no, I just wanted to clarify. No, we both have the opportunity to answer their questions. So, yeah.
I'm assuming that's the hearing that they're.
I would also like to make a further point as, and you can take this as you will. It's up to you all, of course, as Senate. There has been a recent addition into the Judicial Council, not as, adding a justice to that role. We have and are still in the process of creating and fine-tuning what is called the Advocate General. And I believe those of you who have gone or who are running this year have heard mention of them. They're supposed to be the contact point between, whoever wants to have, however wants any information or wants, to share something, they can reach there. All right, well, Stephanie, you left.
Yeah, she had a point of personal privilege.
Sorry?
She had a point of personal privilege.
Oh, okay. Okay, certainly. Well, it's just difficult because I can't have her, say anything about that. But, sorry.
I think.
It's that we are moving into a system in which our Advocate General is the point of contact also in disseminating the information. And so that's an additional step we are taking. Sorry? We're taking these additional steps to try to facilitate in making sure that there is sufficient and quick contact.
So is that kind of like the duties of the Chief Justice being passed on to create more of a non-bias, or what exactly?
No, that effort is actually, again, to kind of address the transparency question that Delaney brought forward. And as well as there was definitely issues last year, part of, again, going back into transparency and people feeling like, their concerns weren't being addressed. We addressed every single case. The thing about last year was that we were not required to notify people when their cases had been dismissed. And so many people were, coming to the elections director of that time and saying, it's been a month, we haven't heard anything. And this was something we had not foreseen, or at least the writers of the rules of procedure at that time had not foreseen as being a concern. And so this year, our efforts to incorporate this position is to hopefully kind of eliminate some of those issues. That is additionally why we are now including that we are going to be contacting those that have filed and whose cases have been dismissed.
And my response to you would be that even if there is a new position being created to do so, that does not absolve the Chief Justice or Acting Chief Justice or whatever you want to call it of the responsibility to ensure that that's something that's being done or has been done.
And I'm certainly not saying that. That's not the reason I'm positing this information. The reason I bring this up is because a lot of the questions that, like I said, Delaney put forward, and the whole reason for this hearing is because you all feel like we're not getting this information out to you. And the reason I'm including this information, that we have created this position, is that we are trying to take steps to address those concerns. That's the whole thing.
So once you have the Advocate General, will they still wait for that full time before they tell us? Or will it still be this long delay?
It could potentially be that amount of time, but as long as we're staying within that, okay, let me make sure I understand your question. Your question is if the Advocate General is the one that's getting this information to the concerned parties.
Is it their job to expedite this information?
To expedite it, if possible, yes, because they're the ones, like I said, and this is Taylor Fujimoto, by the way. We hope that they can expedite the process because it is essentially that we are having them draft these emails. that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, before we continue, are there any other hands that would like to speak before I close the speakers list? Alias.
Sure.
Okay. Jason Ramirez and Christian Arnott. Okay. And speakers.
So going back to the original accusation about disseminating information to the Executive Cabinet and the Senate. So what you're saying, just to clarify, what you're saying is in the parts of rules of procedure, so section C, however, all deliberations up to and including the actual vote of decision shall be conducted during closed sessions, after which time the decision shall be made public. So you're saying that you can interpret the amount of time that it takes for you to disseminate to public?
You're again looking at the rules of procedure is specifically concerning judicial review. That's how we treated it last year, and that's how we have been treating it this year. And so to reference that specific part of the rules of procedure is not addressing the procedure we follow, because it is discussing a different type of case.
He's talking about the clause in the Constitution that.
In the Constitution.
Procedure. There's a clause in the Constitution.
All right, sorry, I think I misunderstood as far as that goes. Let me try.
It's just because you said you hadn't allotted, you still were within the allotted time, so I'm trying to understand what that allotted time is for you.
Right.
And what the actual duration of that
And
time is.
then, so let me, to answer that question, I'll have to pull up a couple things. So is it possible for me to kind of field other questions while I'm trying to pull up this information?
Yeah, that's fine.
Point of inquiry, so does that mean there wasn't a timeline for the dissemination of that information?
No, there is a timeline. There is a timeline, and we did send that to Stephanie at the beginning of the elections process, so she could include that.
So we'll go ahead, and if you want to entertain any speakers as we move forward, Senator Aliadas.
Yeah, sorry, I
Just to be clear, everybody, point of parliamentary procedure, just to be clear, points of clarification are like, if there's like a super small thing, like, do you get what I'm saying? No, it's fine, like, everybody does it, it's fine. But yeah, like, if you have a question, like, a legit question, I just up to the speakers list, clarification, just for like a super small thing. Because then everybody's just gonna keep doing it. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, hi, sorry. I'm just a little bit confused, and maybe I'm just like completely overlooking something, so please correct me. But say you like come to a decision on like a violation or a strike or whatever. I'm having a little bit of confusion. Like, I understand that you do have your time frame of when you can inform candidates and whatever of that. I'm just wondering why it takes so long? Because I mean, personally, I don't see how it would take so long to send someone an email saying your case was dismissed, or even like draft something that says why it wasn't, or just some sort of information. I just like, maybe I'm completely overlooking something. I'm a little confused as to why that's something that takes so long. And then, yeah, so if there's anything that I'm missing on that.
That is, I mean, definitely understood. Essentially, the timeline as we were looking at it was trying to kind of adjust expectations from where we were looking at last year. Last year, we had upwards of 70 cases submitted. And so our anticipation was, and we actually fit this scenario quite well in the last 2 weeks, was that we essentially got 17 cases just boom, 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 boom. And to be able to articulate well and to articulate fully and to articulate accurately all the concerns that we must in order to inform all parties concerned, that's why that's why the timeline is such. And so, let me see here.
Point of clarification.
Yes.
Last year, so you mentioned the 70 were last year. Were all 70 of those addressed or responded?
They were, yes.
Oh.
May I provide a point of clarification for something she mentioned? Well, I pulled up what you sent to me, to read to candidates. So this is what I directly read to them. It says how to fill out a violation, fill out a judicial review form, submit an office, email, blah, 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 so I'll get to the point. Both the petitioner and the accused will be notified as soon as a decision is reached. Notice should be given within seven business days. Please consider that the closer to elections, the more violations may be reported, and actual notices may extend beyond this time. If a violation is dropped or dismissed, a report, only the petitioner will be notified, et cetera, et cetera. Just so you have the exact.
Yeah, and I was trying to find that, and so I found the Google Doc that I emailed to you. As you will notice, it's 7 business days. I was ratified the 10th, like I said, the case that was brought forward to us, that was first as me acting Chief Justice, was brought on the 17th, we adjudicated on the 23rd. That is within those 7 business days.
The 10th and 23rd?
The 10th?
I'm sorry.
I was put forward as Chief Justice on the 10th.
Okay.
That's at the beginning of this. The case that I was first acting Chief Justice that was brought to our attention was actually case number 7, which was brought to our attention on the 17th. We made our decision on the 23rd. And we have 7 business days from the point of that decision being made to disseminate the information. Did that make it clear? Okay.
The fact of the matter is that the Constitution does not say that the Chief Justice only has responsibilities for cases that were adjudicated during his or her time there. If the Chief Justice has been made aware on multiple occasions that verdicts from even before were not made public, I don't see what the difficulty would have been in, at that point, releasing that information. So that's just my confusion.
And my memory is really poor, and so I'm not saying this as a smart aleck kind of, like, that's not my intent. It is literally that I cannot remember a specific incident on a specific day in which, since I have been acting Chief Justice, that the cases that were before me had not been taken care of. And so my question is, like, was there an email I overlooked? Was there an email from Sabine? Was there an email from you? Was there an email or, the personal contact with me that made that clear to me?
So from my understanding, there have been multiple requests from the Elections Committee, Elections Director, I don't know if somebody can clarify, in order to receive verdicts and to receive this information. And also, to be honest, it doesn't specifically require that anybody make this request. It's just a fact of the matter that the responsibility falls on the Chief Justice to assure that the public is aware of all decisions that have been made in real time by the Judicial Council.
And again, like, I know that this is not a full explanation. If I, had really gone above and beyond as far as my role as Chief Justice, I could have combed through and I could have made sure that emails were sent. I will take credit for, the steps I could have taken. Those were within my power. However, again, as far as the notifications for that, any requests that I can recall, that we did give that information on, Stephanie was made aware of the only strikes that were assigned. And so.
Yeah, sorry, yes.
Yeah, it's just the point of clarification regarding the 7 days. Those 7 days aren't written in the Constitution or bylaws, they're just on that form. Where do those 7 days come from?
That was because the Judicial Council does have the power for itself to be able to edit the rules of procedure. This is essentially because we don't have any timeline established. We established the 7 days in an effort to actually make sure these things were getting out on time. Because as far as my experience last year, there wasn't a time set for it, and so decisions, if strikes were being given, which again, that was the only time people were being notified, it was coming out, who knows how long after the time. And so because we didn't have a number given to us by any of the governing documents, we put forward the 7-day notice again to try to give us enough room that if we were inundated with a great amount of cases, that we would have enough time to be able to consider and give it due diligence, while still being within a reasonable amount of time, or at least I would say that it's a reasonable amount of time.
Thank you. And my understanding is that
Go ahead and just kind of, if it's easier.
the
just go
accuser
through
and
the
the accused have
speakers
the equal opportunity to respond, so.
list. No, it doesn't say that.
It
Equal
actually
opportunity
does.
You'll have equal notice. It's just easier for, I think, for both parties, if we just go through the speakers list, have all the concerns heard out. So I'll have Senator Jason Ramirez.
All right, so I have 2 questions. My first question is, how often do y'all meet?
Over the last 2 weeks, today was going to be our 2nd meeting of this week. Last week we had 2 meetings, and that was to address, again, the kind of inundation we had of cases. The week before, I believe we met once. We meet on an as-needed basis because most of the time, we don't need to meet weekly because no cases have been submitted. We've already addressed everything we could. And so we've stepped up our meetings in the last week to meet demand. But like that's,
I just,
fully answered the question.
yeah, you did. And I guess my problem with that is, and I feel like I keep hearing this, is my problem is that if y'all meet so often, then why is it that decisions can't be given out sooner?
Because we spend that entire time deliberating on the cases that have just been presented to us.
So then there's no way that you can send out the information the next day to either to the candidate, the accused, or whoever it is. I just find it difficult that you would need 7 days to write up an email and send it out and let anybody know anything. Although I mean on that paper that we gave the candidates, because I'm part of this committee when we were talking to the candidates, that's something that we did mention. But however, we all have to realize that 7 days from now is next week, which is when elections are over. And unfortunately, this is very detrimental to a lot of candidates and anybody else involved. And I see that as a huge problem. Even if these were made last week, they would be getting done this week. And to my knowledge, being on the elections committee, I haven't had any previous knowledge of any information being given to me, really. And I just think that's, especially it's supposed to be to the executive cabinet, it's supposed to be given to the public. I don't think, to my understanding, if we go through the YouTube videos, there hasn't been anything where the judicials have disseminated any kind of information. And I just find that very concerning, especially for all those parties involved.
Go ahead and conclude.
Yes.
I believe Abraham is allowed to speak because this is his presentation. Right?
Well, we also moved into a hearing, and just to kind of make sure this clarifies so there's no misinterpretation, ASUCR Senate shall give equal opportunity to the accused members to defend himself or herself as is given to the hearing of the accusers. So
does that not give you your right to talk?
Yeah, I'm having trouble understanding how that constitutes only notice.
I figured it'd be easier since we just opened up the speakers list. Something that's kind of just been a precedent is that we would just hear the speakers and then we would have them respond. I don't know, it seems logical to me to do it that way. And there seems from that, considering there is really no precedent for the hearing, it's really kind of hard to argue the interpretation. If y'all feel differently, then that's fine.
Since the only point in the Constitution is what we have right now, saying that there should be equal opportunity, I think if we're going to set a structure for this as of right now, it should be with each person. The accuser and the accused should have equal opportunity to respond to each person's statement.
Okay.
Yeah, but so point of parliamentary procedure, as far as parliamentary procedure goes, in most bodies, when having hearings like this, you don't go back and forth. It's unprofessional. What happens is everybody makes their statements and their questions, and the person who's being questioned is observant, and they're noting the questions, and they're writing them down, and then you go to them, and then they try to answer all the questions. And then if you have more questions, then you get back on the speaker's list, and then you continue to ask all your questions in order until you're all done, and you allow Melina to respond to all of them. That is usually how it's done parliamentarily, if you want to know. So that is why Michael came with that. I suggested it to him personally. Thank you. So we didn't have this inefficient back and forth where Melina's just getting interrogated by everybody until 1 a.m. Okay, thank you.
So then may I respond to this? We met last night from 9 p.m., which was the earliest that we could meet as a judicial branch. And we were there until almost 4 because we were there deliberating and trying to get the number of cases taken care of. And so, you know, I can speak as far as personally, you know, why we need these 7 days. Between my coursework, you know, not even counting the homework or anything, and the amount of hours I work, I'm like at a full-time position. And I know that's not excusing me from my responsibilities, but that's the whole thing is that, yes, I have these responsibilities as well, but I do only have so much time in my day. I'm the sole breadwinner, and so, you know, I can't take the time away from work to be able to put these things the day after. You know, I have class at 8 a.m. I'm not able to put in this time the very next day, you know, when I am trying to juggle my responsibilities as a working adult and a student. And so that is the reason. We are still students. We do have multiple responsibilities pulling us in many different directions. The reason we met so late last night and kept it going for so long is because we recognize that this is elections week. We're not trying to take 7 days to do this. The reason that I met with Stephanie earlier today was so that I could discuss with her as soon as possible so that we could get these cases worked out, written out, and disseminated by tomorrow, if not today. That was my goal. And so this entire day that I have not been in class, I have been working to try to solve these problems. My whole point is like, I understand that in many, I guess for many instances, this 7 days might seem like a bit extreme, but I just want to bring forward, we are all students first, and we do have so many other responsibilities in addition to try to juggle. And I can't back out of my responsibilities to try to do this, you know, these next day. That's my only point.
So Michael, from my understanding, do I have the opportunity to respond or not?
It's your presentation.
Okay, so I know for a fact that there must be some type of tracking system to record what decisions have been made. Like, so I don't understand why that cannot be made public. And I can understand if it was the case that you had to say more clarification or a discussion more at length is forthcoming or something like that. But the fact of the matter is that nothing at all has been released. Last year, if I'll remind you, we had weekly Senate updates as to what the decisions were being made. And last year, I would argue, has been a much more intensive year for campaigning than this year. And I'm not saying that that necessarily has any bearing on this, but there is information that could have been released that has not been released. It does not take this long in order to make that information public.
If it's the will of Senate that we simply release the yes, no, it's been assigned a strike, it hasn't been assigned a strike, if that is, you know, if Senate wants that information out within a day, then by all means, you can request that we do that. We will, you know, given the remaining time, we will try to abide by that as much as possible. I had another.
I was just gonna say, like, point of information, I guess. like
Yes.
didn't we address that was like in the Constitution? What? Yeah, that it was in the Constitution that it says that like that needs to be public, like at the very, it doesn't say like explicitly, but it could at the very least be Senate meetings, or it also says like speedy, I don't remember the exact words, but something along
Speedy and efficient.
Speedy and efficient, like something along the lines of that, which could be just as simple as telling at a Senate meeting, like no one has been at Senate meetings, or I mean, I'm just saying like there are ways to do
As far
that
as that goes,
before
I mean, this year, I believe last year, my position was an ex officio officially. We don't have that status anymore, I believe.
You don't have to be,
And so,
all I'm
I
saying is
mean-
that it was in the Constitution, that it's in the Constitution already. So that's something that we're asking already.
Point of order, Abraham is wrapping up his presentation. And if you all would like to speak, please reopen the
Yeah, no, that's really it. I think I've made my case very clear for what I believe is the Constitution not being followed. It doesn't matter if there were separate timelines established apart from the Constitution. That's not the matter that I've brought to you. What I brought to you is that the Constitution has not been followed, and that I believe that shows a lack of accountability and a lack of transparency, and a dereliction of duty. So that's it. I would encourage you to move on with the vote, and that's it.
Okay, then at this point, I think we will, if there are no motions, then we will conclude this hearing. Okay, I believe next we have Vice Chair, Daniel. Okay.
That's not Vice Chief.
Oh, sorry, I didn't.
Whatever his title is.
Point of procedure, or point of parliamentary procedure, do we need to cast the first vote before we continue on with the hearing?
The first vote
With the
was
next
motion.
hearing?
It's two separate hearings. The first vote was to have the hearing, so now the hearing has happened, and now the floor is open and motions.
No, Autumn, if you want to pull the Constitution back up, there's a vote that follows the hearing, and that vote is for removal. This is a removal hearing.
Okay, quick question. Abraham, if you'd be able to read for me section 6.
Michael, do you know the Constitution?
Subsection G, part 1 of that. If you just be able to read that out loud for me.
I will do that for you if you can't do it. It says, any justice shall be removed from office for malfeasance or dereliction of duty. Charges may be brought by any 6 justices. In an open session, the ASUCR Senate shall give equal opportunity to the accused members to defend him herself as is given to the hearing of the accusers. Removal shall require a 2/3 vote of the entire Senate. Interpretation of the Senate shall be the sole right of the ASUCR Senate. Is there a specific thing you wanted me to get from that, or?
Charges brought by any of the 6.
Yeah, so we've addressed this point. Unfortunately, you weren't here earlier. Charges may be brought by any of the 6 justices. May implies a sufficient condition for a hearing to take place, not a necessary condition for the hearing to take place. And it's the interpretation of this section is the sole right of the Senate, and I believe that I think it's clear that the Senate has agreed that that is a sufficient, not necessary condition.
So if I may just ask a question then. Considering that it's not explicitly defined about who may or may not bring charges, and actually the only explicitly defined section is that charges may be brought by any of the 6 justices, but since it doesn't explicitly ban, I suppose then that interpretation of the Senate could also mean that charges may be brought by a student, charges may be brought by a person of administration. Charges may be brought by someone who is a complete stranger to this campus or not even a student. So understanding that, and I actually want to make that analogy to kind of highlight how absurd that is.
Is this a question or a comment? Because
this is actually, it's going to be both, and I'm going to go ahead and lead into that. Mostly because this explicitly, one second, this was explicitly brought, actually made clear in the Constitution to show exactly how the justices would bring about charges of dereliction of duty or malfeasance.
Point of order. Mr. Chairman, just because you're the chairman does not mean you can take advantage and make commentary when nobody else is allowed to make commentary.
Okay, then I can get right to my question for you, Abraham.
Please do.
Okay. So what rationale exactly is it that seems to be, because it isn't in the Constitution that can kind of designate this right, and that the only right seems to be conferred to the justices to bring this up?
There is not an only right conferred to the justices. What it says is that charges may be brought by any of the 6 justices. It is up to Senate to consider then who can bring charges. So if they've allowed me to have this hearing, I'm assuming that they've already by default established that I'm able to bring this charge. If you need them to have a vote, I'm sure that they can have one at this time. I don't get what your question is.
And Michael, if I could say something on that, I did ask the rationale for that. I mean, everyone heard me ask the rationale for that. I mean, obviously, I'm not a one-person adjudication. but as far as that goes, I understand the argument he's making under the language. I mean, of course, I don't necessarily like it, but that is the language that exists, and so, and Senate, you know, Senate has the power to interpret, and they voted to accept the hearing, so that's the deal.
Okay. Alright, motion, is a motion on the floor? Floor is open for motions at this time. Okay.
There's a vote that automatically takes place. This does not require a motion.
Is it closed?
Yeah,
Since
it
it's
has
personnel.
to be closed ballot.
Alright, so this will be a closed ballot.
What are you guys in no? What do you guys in no mean?
Okay, yes for removal, no for not removing. Same process as always. Once you finish count your vote of yes, no, or abstain, please hold it up. Senate Secretary and I will come around and collect.
Yes, removal, no.
Yes.
No means no.
Alright, by a vote of 12-0, the removal passes.
Is that removing me completely from my office or removing me as Chief Justice?
I believe it was from Chief Justice. It's from the office.
It's here.
Can we get clarification?
On the roof?
Yeah.
On the roof?
It's removal from office.
Yeah, okay.
That's what I understand. Section G.
Removal from office, you're right, okay, thank you. Yes, that's the clarification, that was the vote.
Someone not understand?
I move to reconsider, and the purpose of that is there's obviously confusion amongst what
No, it was the confusion in what was just said.
Okay.
Is anyone confused about that?
From what I brought up.
No.
Would you, are you still making the motion to reconsider?
No, we don't.
Okay. Okay. Continue.
Okay, so, with regards to the next justice, this one relies on the understanding that no verdicts have been made public. And so right now I want to make it clear that I'm communicating based upon the line of questioning that was established during closed session and the conversation that was made. I've made myself available to, as accuser, to make this public, but the essential case for this hearing on this behalf is no verdicts have been made public, no appeals have been, so that in that case, no appeals have been notified decisions to the elections committee, ECAB, Senate, blah, 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 public, students. But, however, today it was brought to our attention that one of the candidates was given information on an appeal decision before that had been done. So from my understanding, that constitutes a leak of information in the judicial branch. While we were not able to obviously definitively point to any specific source of a leak, it was established during the closed session and line of questioning that it is at least the concern that the justice that's at hearing is the one that is the most likely source of this leak of information. And so I cannot comment specifically on the situation of the candidate or who the candidate is because that's just an ongoing elections case. But that's the case, and all the senators are already aware of what exactly was the event that transpired.
As always, it's optional, and there is no.
Is he calling me up?
I believe that was the open.
Well, it was up to you.
Okay, let me get this right. So the accusation is that I'm the potential leak of the information?
Correct.
Okay. I'm gonna start with this. In the elections code, it says once a candidate receives 3 strikes, they have 5 business days to appeal. And while they appeal, their name is still on the ballot. Therefore, if the name is on the ballot, they can campaign. In our meeting yesterday, Stephanie made it clear to us that 3 strikes has been assigned to this specific candidate. And she was under the impression that it was 3 days, but it's actually 5 days. She said that the candidate knows exactly what the elections code says, so they're going to try to take advantage and wait till the 3rd day to submit an appeal. That way their name stays on the ballot till the 3rd day. And so she kept that name on the ballot. With that understanding, that candidate knows exactly that her name is on the ballot. So you can see why she can continue to campaign, even if she's not campaigning on her behalf. She can continue to campaign. And that is where I think that candidate got the tone and confidence she used to text Stephanie that message. To add to that, I did call Stephanie this morning to make sure that her elections committee are not harassing. Harassing was the word used in the complaint. It may be not. The point is that elections committee were coming up to a candidate proclaiming that she was disqualified, although she wasn't, because her name has not been taken off the ballot. Is that understood? So, there is no, I did not speak to any candidate whatsoever. The only person I spoke to.
She can cut you off at any point. Put a clarification.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, just to clarify, so you're saying the candidate had the confidence that that they were not disqualified because they understood that they had 5 days to stay on the ballot? That's not making sense to me.
I'm not saying, I'm saying that Stephanie had noted to us that the candidates know they have 3 days, although it is 5. She said 3 days for them to submit an appeal, and while those 3 days are up, she wasn't going to take their name off the ballot. She had the right to take, she had the authority to take the name off the ballot right away, but she wasn't going to. And the candidates know that. And so that's why I feel that that's where that confidence came from, because I feel like I'm being accused because she got that confidence because she knows exactly what the decision was, but I'm saying there's no evidence of. I can show you the initial text message of the complaint. I didn't respond to any candidate. The only person I was able to talk to was Stephanie. Go ahead.
You're right, I did say 3 days. I know I said that last night, it is 5 days to appeal. So Basically, the situation and what it says in the elections code is that if a candidate is disqualified, I remove them immediately from the ballot unless there is a current appellate case going on. I was not notified by judicial that she had appealed a previous strike. So to my knowledge, this was the third strike that I had given. This was a disqualifying strike. They were removed. And all judicial was
Question.
present.
Were they removed at that point?
As soon as someone is disqualified, I'm supposed to call the company and remove them from the ballot.
Were they removed at that point?
Because I spoke with judicial, no. And I spoke with all of you, and Alina and I came to a consensus that out of courtesy for this candidate, we asked them to, if they were going to file an appeal, to do it by today. Because if not, that would mean that this candidate would have 5 days to appeal, they would remain on the ballot the entire week, or, hypothetical situation, I would remove them, and this is what I was worried about, and this is why I brought it up. Say I removed the candidate yesterday when I gave the strike. Then they appealed 5 days later. Say judicial appealed the case. This candidate would claim that for some reason I could have taken away their election, because that would mean that this entire week students wouldn't have been able to vote. So it was my decision as a courtesy to this candidate not to remove them from the ballot yesterday when I should have, assuming that they were going to appeal and to give judicial enough time to accept their appeal.
As a justice, what that sounds like is you're favoring the party based on your courtesy. The elections code says the name must be removed immediately after the third strike. So there's no extension of courtesy, okay? You do what this is supposed to do. They have a 5 day, they have a 5 day period to appeal, but since you didn't fulfill your duty at that point, I feel like that's why the candidate had the leeway for that.
I also feel that judicial didn't fulfill their duty by telling me that there was an appellate case.
You made it apparent to the candidate that they can appeal, so you were the one that.
I have said that in every email I have sent out. I have said, I am assigning you a strike, you have the right to appeal this to judicial if you choose. Anybody who's received a strike from me knows this. That was in the email that I sent to this candidate. I did not provide them with any other information until I met with judicial last night, and Melina and I said, why don't we give her until tomorrow at 3 to turn in an appeal, and if she does not turn in an appeal, I'm removing her from the ballot.
Okay, just to go off also.
This still does not address a leak of information. This is an attack towards me, and I don't understand that.
It is not an attack towards you. It is your.
You made a comment that this is me being biased towards a party, which I don't even know how the name party came out. We have not talked about parties whatsoever.
I meant candidate. If you all misunderstood, I meant candidate. I did not mean a party. Okay. To clarify on your point, I'm sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. Okay, so the ballot had her name as of it still has a name as of right now, correct?
Because judicial told me they removed the strike today. Yes, it still has her name.
Because so when all the appeal decisions were made yesterday, as of 12 midnight. So you understand that we have lives. We all had to get home. We all had to do our stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we hadn't even had time to think about sending decisions out.
Then how did the candidate know? That's my only concern.
That's what I'm telling you. The only way the candidate would have known was prior.
To what?
Prior to even having our decision. The candidate would have had that confidence prior to us making a decision. If she knew there was a third strike against her, she would still have the confidence to say that I have 3 days left, I can still campaign, it's gonna be the weekend, I can campaign till elections is closed. Even if we didn't come to a decision yesterday, she might have not sent you that text, but she would still be campaigning. And so that doesn't mean that there was a leak of information, that just means she took advantage of the opportunities.
Can we not use
that was.
pronouns for people's,
Please address your comments to the chair.
Can we not use any kind of gender
I don't know
pronouns?
how this works, this is
No, you're
just
good.
how.
You're
this
good.
is
Just
how
use
I'm
they. You're good.
responding.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good. Just address your comments to the chair.
Yeah, as I was saying, she took advantage of all the opportunities. I'm sorry. They took advantage of all the opportunities that was available to them. And that's why I feel, that's why I'm making my point.
It is still my time during the speakers list, I'm still allowed to speak. Okay, thank you. My first appeal went through and I don't have 3 strikes, is what I was told in the text message from this candidate. My first appeal went through. Number 1, I had no knowledge this candidate had filed any appeals. Number 2, my first appeal. What does that mean? That means that this candidate somehow had knowledge that their first appeal went through. If I didn't know, the elections committee didn't know, how would the candidate know that their first appeal went through?
And the thing that I want to say,
Can I have Taylor respond to her?
No, it would actually be Senate that would have to
It was a question directed to me,
Yeah,
so I need him to answer before you move on.
Senate.
I'm not gonna answer your questions.
But he's not answering the question.
I'm the Galley would like to speak. But the Senate has to yield their time. I'll yield my time.
Anyway, while they gather their thoughts. So I wanted to make it clear that the issue is that I addressed the fact that there was a leak of information, or what I believe to be a leak of information. Senate, in the motion and in the vote, just because of closed session information that we received, made determination that this was the most likely source, and that's why they wanted Daniel to speak right now. So that is something that Senate has decided, and that's the opportunity that's been given to have the hearing. The reason why is because as far as we are aware, as far as I'm aware, as far as you all were made aware, that candidate has only had contact with 2 justices. Both of those justices are the ones that are on the hearing. So the Chief Justice has denied that she gave information, well, the ex-Chief Justice has denied that she gave any information to the candidate on the decision. Then but the assertion is that there was only 2 justices that have had contact. So I want to make it clear, like, I think that's where the understanding is that there could possibly only be one other source of the information. That's what Senate is questioning right now.
To refute that, I never contacted any candidate. So I never had any contact. It was the as of right now, the ex-Chief Justice. It was not my responsibility to send notifications out to any election committee or any candidate about appeals decisions, whatever. So that's none of my responsibilities. So you can't hold me accountable for not notifying you about any appeals. Second, I'm going to reiterate, I had 0 contact with any candidate. The only contact I had was a phone call with Stephanie. That was it.
We can continue with the speakers. I think we have, okay, Senator Alianos.
Hi. Okay, so just, this was kind of mentioned like a long time ago when I put my hand out, but whatever. We've kind of like gone past this, but earlier you said something to the effect of the only way the candidate could have found out about the status of her appeal was that her name was not taken off the ballot and given, the candidate's name was not taken off the ballot, but knowing the verbiage of the candidate's contact with Stephanie, that cannot be the case. I don't know if I'm like allowed.
Could you repeat? I'm not understanding.
So earlier you mentioned something to the effect of, or correct me if I'm wrong, that the only way the candidate could have known that the candidate's appeal went through, was that their name was not taken off the ballot. So that would have given this person the confidence
the candidate will know through the elections code. Their name was supposed to be taken off the ballot immediately.
Right.
But according to Stephanie,
okay, assuming
they have 2 days.
Okay, but this obviously, given the verbiage that this person used in their contact with Stephanie, cannot be the reason that they are aware. Given the verbiage, I don't know if I'm allowed to say what.
Yeah, it's difficult.
Am I allowed to say, like,
If it was in closed session, then
What are you asking if you're allowed to say?
We don't say out loud because that would be required.
I can read this sentence. I read it a few minutes ago. Do you want me to read just that sentence? It just.
No, it was something.
The verbiage I
Text
think.
her. Well, I don't know if I'm allowed to say, but basically the verbiage that was used in the contact between this candidate and Stephanie Rose makes it apparent that that was not the case.
Okay. There's no evidence that I had communication. I can read to you what the complaint was. And if you want to scrutinize that language, you can see granted the complaint wasn't submitted by the candidate, but it was a candidate close to the candidate in question. So the verbiage in that candidate, you'd see that they don't know what the appeal that was dismissed or approved, they don't know. They just know that they have this opportunity to still campaign for 3 days. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question?
When someone is disqualified, they may not campaign. So unless they had knowledge that an appeal went through, to their knowledge, the last contact they had was me saying you're disqualified, you may not campaign.
No, I'm saying that they had that knowledge because you made an opportunity available for them for 3 days to campaign because their name wasn't off the ballot.
But if Stephanie would have removed them from the ballot immediately, then it would have just gone back to Stephanie making a mistake based upon judicial's failure to notify her that there was an appeal.
And that is none of my responsibilities.
I'm not claiming that it's your responsibility. What I'm clearing up is that would have been a mistake, and second of all, it was an accord that was made between Stephanie and the Chief Justice for that to happen. Otherwise, it would have been removed.
I have a point of parliamentary procedure. Yes. I don't know if this is a point of interpretation of parliamentary procedure.
Okay.
We're arguing over a lot of what should have been done and what has been done and what wasn't done. However, the elections code 3 strikes penalty very explicitly states that the candidate's name can only be stricken from the ballot when all appeals are exhausted. So that means it should not have been stricken right when you got the 3 strikes. It should be struck after all appeals are exhausted. So just clarifying that that's the verbiage. No, I'm just clarifying. We're arguing when it should have happened. This is what it says. Like it was followed.
That's okay. We can continue with the speakers list. I think that would be helpful.
Would you like me to read what the complaint was? Just so y'all can have 100%.
Can we clarify, earlier it was stated that this was in a group Facebook message directly with the candidate?
No, directly with the complainant.
Earlier, Melina stated that you, Melina, and the candidate were in a group message where the candidate told you that
I have it right here. It's not the candidate.
It was not that.
Someone else.
It was a candidate, not that candidate.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
You can read out the question and we'll move on to Delaney Koenig.
The Elections Committee is harassing Ashley for supporting our voice party.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, but she's not campaigning on herself at the moment as required. If her appeal, this is what the evidence, I cannot deviate from what the evidence says. If her first appeal went through, she's not disqualified. Please send appeal decisions regarding Ashley's first appeal regarding the question she's answered about the Highlander endorsement referendum, empowerment referendum. Please send an email ASAP.
Okay. Delaney Koenig, your next one.
I withdraw.
Senator Herman Sanker.
Yeah, so my question, I was just a little confused, so I had a couple of questions. You said earlier that you called Stephanie regarding the harassing, okay, I guess your last statement just answered my question. I pass. I apologize, sorry.
Senator Summershed.
Pass.
So just so I'm clear, like, from my own sanity, the thing being discussed here is whether or not this justice needs information, and then and the problem with the elections director is notified of appeals, right? You weren't notified of appeals that the justice.
The issue is that information was leaked, regardless of the fact that I wasn't notified of appeals, which I should have been notified because I could have disqualified and removed someone from the ballot because I did not know that there was an appeals process going on. Information was leaked. And the thing is, so say that was sent to you, and in that message, it says, please send emails with proof ASAP. What transpired between, I don't know if you can answer someone else, but what transpired between them sending that message and then me receiving the message from that candidate where I can quote, the candidate says, under no circumstances will you remove my name from the ballot until all of my appeals are exhausted. And then, as I said earlier, the candidate said, my first appeal went through. That's very confident to me. And, having someone demand from you not to remove their, I don't know if you can answer. I'm just saying, from that message, something transpired to where this candidate was 100% sure that their appeal went through.
Okay. As of that message this morning, they had no idea. And you got the message sometime this afternoon?
3:11.
And a lot can happen, but I haven't had any contact. There's zero evidence that I wasn't even in any proximity to the candidate. So there's the fact that there's zero evidence that incriminates me. I don't see why. Apart from anything else that could happen between that period of time, I don't see why I'm being targeted even though there's no evidence.
Yeah, that was actually my question. So, why this specific justice?
I want to go there.
Yeah.
You can't go there anymore.
I would like, okay, so again, I'll reiterate that this was not my directive to go to one specific justice. What Senate had determined when they decided to have this hearing was, we're gonna have these hearings on these two individuals. And the reason, at least from my understanding, why Senate would pursue that, and any senators could feel free to clarify, is that we were told specifically that only two individuals have made contact with that candidate, or apparently not even the candidate, another person, which I would ask who that person was, but obviously I'm not gonna divulge the information on this horseshoe. I think that person is very well aware of who that is, and if they were on this horseshoe, I would imagine that they would take that into consideration and recuse themselves from making commentary on the situation. But of course, that's up to their discretion, and they might not do it. They don't feel like they need to. So that's that. So at least from my understanding, I understand why Senate would have this hearing, because if there is only two people that have made contact, then obviously you would have the hearing for those two individuals. Why would you have the hearing for everybody?
Again, to reiterate, there's only one contact.
Yeah, that was my confusion.
Well, yeah, we were told otherwise, and even in the closed session, it was said that the candidate had made contact with those two individuals.
When she said the candidate, she meant the candidate close to the accused candidate.
Well, whoever it was made contact.
Okay, well, to clarify whatever was said in closed session and right now, there was only one contact with the candidate.
The next on the speakers list, we have, do you want, you should have?
Yes.
Jason Ramirez.
I yield, did you?
Obviously, closed session, you all heard me. I was the only one to claim that I had contact with both the candidate in question and the candidate that Daniel has had contact with. He never at any point said that he had contact with either of them. I was the only one to have said that. I am the only one to have had any established contact with this candidate. I stand by that I did not disseminate this information, but there's no evidence. He never claimed to have contact with this candidate.
There's just something missing, because if there was only one person who had contact and they did not give information to that candidate, then how was that candidate aware that they had an appeal that went through? I think that's what
Maybe
the
they
question
weren't
is.
aware, and it's just that the personality the candidate has. On several occasions, we have evidence and I guess material that says this candidate behaves this way. That is her. That's just the way her confidence comes off to a lot of people. So this situation isn't an outlier. It's part of what I guess she does. I mean, the candidate does. Just to add.
Okay, to continue
So how did you know that the candidate was being harassed allegedly by Elections Committee?
A complaint was sent to me and Louis.
In that message?
In a message, yes, in the Facebook.
Okay, and then, yes.
Or, I was gonna say a point of information, I think kind of what Delaney was saying. Then what compelled you to directly contact Stephanie? Had you ever done that before? Why was that your procedure then?
Well, when I took this position, I was supposed to serve fairly and equally. And if a student is being harassed unduly and unfairly, it's my prerogative as a justice to stop that. And so I called Melina twice for her to do it, but she was unavailable to do it, and so I decided to do it. If it wasn't me, it would have been Melina telling Stephanie what had been decided that night.
Point of information as well. How did the candidate know to contact you?
I mean, we're justices.
I mean, instead of all the justices or in any formal manner,
They're
she
not
decided to
friends with
contact.
all of them on Facebook.
You can message anyone that aren't.
Point of order.
We'll go back to the speakers list. I think that might be a little bit easier.
Jason had a point of clarification.
I just want to say that I know for a fact there's at least one more justice that is friends with her on Facebook.
She
This
contacted me.
contact wasn't with the candidate.
Or with this, I mean with the complaint. Whoever complained, I know for a fact, I'm sure probably. I don't know. Whoever this person was.
The person that complained for sure knows more justices.
Like, there has to be more.
I still speak.
That's like pretext. That's irrelevant to what's going on right now. I'm being accused of something. What I'm saying is what happened, the evidence says I was never in contact. So even if I was reached out, I never gave information back, I never reached out, I never reached back. Regardless of whoever justice was contacted, I did not communicate.
Okay, I think Delaney, you still have.
Oh yeah, the only thing I wanted to kind of point out, I guess, is that for me there's a huge logical gap between if you felt so compelled that you would call Stephanie and make it informal, that you wouldn't message back this candidate or the person that complained. Because if it was me, that seems like something that I would...
That would be breaching the whole, I can't.
Yeah, you breached it by saying that she was playing favorites with parties earlier and you were questioning her credibility.
I wish I had the recording of the phone call. When I called you, I did not say, what I told her was this person had the strike overturned in this decision. I did not say any further, I did not say, and then she went on to ask about why wasn't it emailed out, and I said because we did it early, like 12:30 a.m. last night, and it was early in the morning. I had just gotten that we hadn't even had time to check, homework or something.
Continue on by Kathy in a second.
Yes. Okay, my question is directed towards Melina. Is there any way that you could have accidentally told her, the appeal, we're going to be discussing it tonight, or we'll be discussing it soon? Because if she knew that you were discussing the appeal and the next morning, she knew what a decision would have made and she still saw her name on the ballot, assuming you told Stephanie that, the appeal went through and she saw her name on the ballot, she's like, oh, okay, it went through, Stephanie must know. Like you said, that's where she got the confidence. She saw her name on the ballot and that could have easily been what it was. if you're saying you didn't have any contact with her, you didn't tell her anything, then the only way she could have known was if, told her like, oh, like you'll be discussing it. So she knew a decision would be made by the morning or by the next day. And she would have assumed that it would have been made quickly. And if she saw her name on the ballot, then.
I did make clear to her that we were having a meeting that night. And so as far as that information, yes, she knew that.
Yeah, okay, so then that
Obviously, she knew that she had handed in her appeal, so she had that basis of knowledge. I didn't say specifically we would look at her appeal that night. I didn't use that language.
Okay.
What I had expressed to her was, because again, she was visibly, I'm sorry, I just realized I was using pronouns. The candidate was visibly upset. And so I felt that because they had approached me, I tried to encourage a more calm state of mind, address that there was going to be a meeting, so at some point within, either that night, I didn't say we would have a meeting today, so she didn't have that knowledge available, but I did say that we would be having a meeting. Okay. And so I would say from that, I think that that's a reasonable conclusion that could be drawn.
Okay.
But I also wanted to clarify that the candidate was notified that their name would be on the ballot until 3 p.m. So I would understand if come if that would have been the case, but that would only make sense under the circumstance that the candidate wasn't explicitly told that their name would be on the ballot.
Well, if they go on their phone or ask someone, hey, like, is my name still on the ballot, and their name is still on the ballot, and they're probably going to assume, yeah, my appeal went through. I mean, why wouldn't it? She would, assume that the judge,
They think explicitly told.
They were told that their name would remain on the ballot by courtesy until they have filed it.
Not by us.
No, not by you.
Yeah.
By me, however, judicial agreed. Please do not make this all on me because judicial agreed with me last night.
No, certainly.
Thank you.
My only point was that you did say she messaged you after 3 p.m.
Yeah.
And so that was past the time that
10
her name
minutes
would have been
after
removed.
saying you better not take my name off of the ballot.
And that's when she had sent that, after the period that she was told her name would definitely be on there.
Until if an appeal was filed.
Was the appeal? Well, no, I can't.
I'd like to
No, I
know.
can't.
We
I haven't been made aware of it.
Okay, thank you.
At any point. And so, to my knowledge, an appeal is not filed.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, we'll keep this, you're actually listening.
I just wrote this down. First of all, your phone call was not inappropriate. I don't want anyone to think that anything he said to me on the phone today was inappropriate. You were fine. You told me you received something. You did say from the candidate, though. You didn't say from a candidate. Saying that the elections committee was harassing, and I said that wasn't the case. We just told them they couldn't campaign because they were disqualified. You said, oh, we made a decision last night, so now they can campaign because the strike was removed. And I said, when will that verdict be sent out? So he did not say anything inappropriate on the phone. I want that to be noted. But now what seems like it could be an issue is if another candidate was the one who sent this in the first place. I'm curious, one, was the candidate present when Abe went up to this candidate, to the candidate we're talking about for the supposed harassment? And then two, have any of the justices had contact with the candidate who turned in, who sent the Facebook text? Because now I feel like there's another person involved. So maybe a justice did not leak it to the candidate we're discussing, but if there was somebody speaking on this candidate's behalf saying this person has been harassed by the elections committee because they were not supposed to campaign, and then, they contacted specifically two justices, I'd like to know, I know you can't release the name, we should not be releasing any names, that should be stated, no names are supposed to be mentioned right now. I mean, what's the situation with that candidate? I'd like to know how they know about this situation, how they know about the appeals, were they present when Abe went up and asked this candidate not to campaign, and have any justices had contact with that candidate?
Okay, I do not know if the candidate that complained was present when Abe was talking to, I don't know, because I wasn't there. The only contact that the complainer had was that I had with the company. Well, I didn't even have a contact with the company. It was just a complaint submitted to specifically two justices. I'm
No, you're
blanking out
addressing it.
on-
It's more to everybody else because, you know, if you're saying you didn't have contact, so you didn't respond to the Facebook message, I understand. But that means that another person was involved in all of this, so I'm wondering if any other justices
The
or
only other
anybody.
person involved was Melina. And
The candidate who reported the harassment to you is now involved because they somehow know about the appeal process. Because if they
Okay,
didn't know about the
to
appeal
say
process, they
that-
would not know that that candidate could continue to campaign.
I can reveal that the candidate that submitted the complaint was present, along with a whole number of other candidates, was present at our judicial meeting yesterday.
And I know who that candidate is.
I mean, but that doesn't mean information leaked from me. That just means they pieced together some sort of puzzle and figured it out.
But my point was during public, okay, I was there for public comment. I'm pretty sure we're allowed to name who was there actually because it was public comment, just saying. But nothing was discussed about this candidate's appeal. So nobody during public comment should know anything about this candidate's appeal. But then you're saying that this candidate contacted you and Melina today saying that the elections committee was harassed. Do you see where I'm saying?
The candidate that complained is fairly close to the candidate
I
in
understand
question.
that. Right.
So when the candidate in question submits an appeal, it makes sense that the candidate that submitted a complaint knows.
Yeah, I totally understand that. But now it means that if the candidate didn't know that the appeal went through, did the friend of the candidate know? Do you see what I'm saying? Now we have two people where we're wondering if they had been contacted. Because originally we were.
I don't know.
It can be to your judicial branch as well. I don't want you to feel like I'm just asking you specifically, but now it has been revealed that another candidate is involved and that's problematic as well.
And I can say that definitely, so just so you all know, since it needs to be clear, today I approached today I saw the candidate campaigning. As far as I knew, of course, because I wasn't aware of anything apparently, there was no appeal that was going through. So I told the candidate, you cannot campaign. I actually was courteous enough to even wait for them to campaign with the individuals and ask them to talk to me after. And I told them, you cannot campaign. The candidate said, yeah, I can. Doesn't mean I can't be a supporter. But my issue with that was they were distributing flyers. The flyers still had that candidate on them. I could understand that maybe it's not settled whether even if they get disqualified, they could be supporting somebody else. But if you're distributing a flyer, unless your picture and your position's cut out, I don't see how you are not inherently campaigning for yourself as well, included in that group. So that's why I said you cannot continue to campaign. They said no, blah, 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 blah. So I was like, okay, you know what? I will just notify Stephanie and then you can talk to her about it. That is all the conversation was. At no point was I notified of anything else from that candidate or whatnot. That was honestly the extent to which my conversation with her was. I know that the only other conversation that I'm aware of the elections committee had with the candidate was when we first notified the candidate that they were disqualified. So I just wanted to clarify that just in case anybody needed to know that situation. And nobody was there. It was only that candidate that was there. So how another candidate knew, I'm assuming obviously that candidate that I approached revealed it to them. Now, of course, there's a possibility that the leak was not directly to the candidate per se, but it could have also been to the other candidate that then leaked it to the other candidate. So I would just say that that's something that Senate would consider as well.
Alright, I think I might be able to shed at least a little bit of light, at least on the order of events that occurred. My first contact with this specific candidate in question occurred yesterday afternoon. Where, I think maybe it might have been borderline morning, I can't recall exactly classes. However, my contact with the second candidate that I mentioned was today after the message that stated, you know, someone has been harassed, you know, let's get this ironed out, I was in class during that time. I was unable to make any calls, and so Daniel took the initiative to contact Stephanie, and as Stephanie has said, you know, he didn't say anything inappropriate. My contact with the second candidate occurred, I want to say close to noon. No, because we were in that meeting.
I left at noon for class.
Yeah, we both left, so no, it wasn't at noon. It happened afternoon at that point because I know that we had not discussed prior to the conversation we had, marking that time. And so we had that conversation again. I'll reiterate what I stated earlier. This second candidate who was made aware, I do not know how of the situation. I assumed that the original candidate notified the second candidate. The second candidate was very visibly upset. I reiterated, you know, okay, like, you need to calm down a little bit. I understand your concern. We may or may not have a change made. Between those two comments, and given the timeline of, you know, we're being harassed and everything like that, again, like that, I'm just trying to establish a timeline for you and reiterate the comments that I made at the times they were made. And I think that is very relevant to the line of questioning.
What I would also say is very relevant that I think has been understated was during the conversation, Stephanie, I think you could clarify, were you told that there was another candidate that complained, or were you told that it was the candidate that complained?
The conversation with Daniel or the conversation tonight?
Conversation with Daniel.
I was told the candidate complained.
But we were told right now that Daniel only received a message from somebody that was not the candidate.
I did not say the candidate complained.
Said I received a complaint that the elections committee is harassing X.
Exactly. That means.
You did not say that candidates are coming up and telling you, nor, and I just want to clarify, during closed session, the Senate was here, we were not told another candidate contacted you. I don't know if it was a mistake. I'm not accusing you and Melina of anything. It could have been a common mistake, but you both said you had contact with the candidate, not another candidate. You said you were in the group.
I never said I had contacted with any candidate.
I'm talking about the statement earlier when Melina was saying you both put in the group message. Senate can back me up on that because we were all sitting here. That's why we're just confused. That's just why we're confused.
I communicated.
No, not that. I mean, originally during closed session, Senate was told that the candidate contacted the two of you in a group message.
Okay.
During open session, presently, we are being told a different candidate who was not even present at the time that this candidate is making this accusation contacted you. You see how now we're confused because a whole separate person came into it.
The language we're using, candidates, maybe that's where the misinformation came out from. Because the complainant was a candidate, but I can show you right now. You can pass it.
I was going to say
it
is very easy for us to verify that, you know, this did not come from the original candidate.
No,
it came from a separate one.
That's my concern.
Right.
That's my concern. If you all say you didn't have contact with the actual candidate, I understand. But now there's a separate person. So now what I'm asking, and maybe you kind of clarified, you ran into that other candidate later. Now we have to see whether any members of judicial talked to that person who sent the Facebook message to you. Do you see what I'm saying? Like earlier during closed session, we asked if any of you have had contact with the candidate that this whole case is about. And then now we're being told that it is about a completely different candidate sent you the complaint. That's what we're confused about, because now we have two people.
You all know that.
We just have two people who somehow know about an appeal that I, as the elections director, did not even know. That's just our concern. So what I don't know if you want to ask any other judicial members if they want to confirm the two of you are saying you didn't, but how does this other person, my chapstick, have knowledge of an appeal? Nobody should have had knowledge of an appeal, and now we have two people that have it.
Because those two candidates are so close in proximity, that they probably share information all the time.
They should have known, it's okay that they knew an appeal was filed, that's not my concern. I understand
Okay.
people are close, so they know that an appeal was filed. But in the text message to me, it says, my first appeal went through. That means one of these two people involved in the case somehow knew that that appeal went through.
Again, I do not know, I had no contact, there's no evidence that says I had any contact. I don't know exactly how she came to that conclusion. I highlighted the path that I think is probable in that she pieced together, the candidate and her friends pieced together the puzzles. I mean, ASUCR is not a safe place to talk about anything. So there's other ways this could happen.
Point of inquiry and clarification, I think it's important for us to know who that other person was involved who reached out to them as well. And I know that can be done publicly, but is there a way that we can know that for the people who were in closed session? Because when this goes to a vote, that's new information that needs to be considered, at least from my understanding.
I think they might have to go into closed session to be able to do that. Since it would just be, like you said, information for me, it's just the.
Like a group meeting or something.
One more comment. In the group meet, not group meet. In the message, it also clarifies that the candidate that submitted a complaint doesn't actually know what appeal was passed or what appeal, doesn't know the decision on any appeal. They just know that they have this certain appeals, there was a meeting, a decision was made because Ashley's name was still on the ballot. That's how that would have been seen. Just to clarify that both of them did not know still.
I would argue they do, but I understand your interpretation.
Christian, you're on the speakers.
I yield my time, Chair.
So was I. This is going in a pretty circular motion. The last maybe hour and a half or so, haven't really gotten anywhere. So I would like to motion to close the speakers list and make a decision on this, or some kind of decision on this, because it's really not going anywhere, and I have been chairman in 6 hours. So.
Well, that's a fair motion. Motion to close the speakers list by Senator Jackie Jacoby. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Senator Traylon Bradley Bowles. All those in favor of closing the speakers list? All those opposed? And abstain. Okay, vote of 6-6. I will close the speakers list. And, okay, the last two speakers we have are Senator Jason Ramirez and Parliamentarian Norman Hussain.
Yeah, can I get a little bit of clarification on the whole public comment, because I just want to bring this up because this the second candidate, the person who complained, I know some people in the gallery are saying that, since we are going to come to a decision, this is public information, I suppose, but I just want to know what personnel we can specifically name. I mean, obviously, the accused now, but I'm assuming we can't disclose any other information of other people involved, just the accused, correct, or am I?
Either judicial or.
You said you're the one who said it was in public comment. I think that's what they're.
He said it was the person who came forward with Facebook message was in public comment at judicial last night. I can tell you that.
I can tell you I was there.
I was there.
But we can't say anything.
And there was a fourth
Okay.
person there. Fifth person, I don't know if they want to come forward. It's not my place to say who was there. If they want to come forward, we would all really appreciate it.
If they were there publicly, can we not disclose that information?
I don't know, maybe that's something judicial knows. Because technically this isn't involving a case, this is somebody who submitted a complaint, correct?
Yes, but.
Well, it's in the minutes, right? I know that there was a sign-in sheet.
Do you have the sign-in sheet?
I mean, I don't have it on me. I don't mind
The secretary.
revealing names.
Can you say who it is?
Can I just mention that I think it would be very important information for everybody, and it would potentially, change the outcome of this whole hearing if we knew who that person was.
I agree.
Point of parliamentary procedure. In my understanding, how is this any different than him saying, oh, this person currently has this haircut, this shirt, and these pants? It's implicitly telling us who it is, and I don't think we should try to go out of our way to figure out this puzzle. This personal issue.
The relationships between the people can be important.
Well, then it should have been discussed in closed session.
But we didn't know about this. So now we know.
It's because we can't mention who the candidate, we cannot mention who the candidate was because everything that they did was in confidential conversations. But it was already revealed that the complainer was at public comment, and so if we can know the roster of who was in public comment.
Correct.
They're not being incriminated, we're not, you know, it's just to widen the
That's why it's
circle of people that would know them.
Yeah.
So do we motion
I
to
think
have
that's
us
fair.
know
Now, not only
information,
one
like,
person could, not only two justices
Now-
were contacted in this case.
yeah, two people could have the knowledge of this appeal.
Are we allowed to have
So can we know?
Can I finish what I was gonna say?
Yeah, you can.
My thing is that because we have these, like these two people now, and it's, kind of like making this extremely difficult during closed session, we were under the impression that this conversation that happened over Facebook was between the particular candidate in question and Melina Daniel. However, now that we've been it's been clarified that that's not the case. It was actually another candidate who's in close proximity to this particular candidate in question. And I think that's why, personally, if we're in closed session and I would have known that information, that would have been very nice information to know, because there was a miscommunication during that closed session. And that's why this is becoming a
Was that
problem
on
now.
our part? We were here answering your questions.
It was.
We told you we were in contact with a complainer and a candidate.
To my understanding, the candidate accused complained via Facebook message.
Yeah.
That's what I
And
interpreted.
that
I don't know how everybody else
a
interpreted it.
misunderstanding, maybe the way the question was phrased or whatever, but, you all know now that it wasn't the case. So, if you want to further discussion, go ahead, but that isn't the case. You can put that in the trash. You can move on, saying that there's a complainer and a candidate, and the candidate was never in contact with any justices.
Well,
The complainer was in contact with two justices.
But then in that case, the question I would ask is, my first question was, well, does this particular accused candidate that we originally thought was in a conversation with, do you have other Facebook friends? Like, for example, why did this candidate particularly target you two? However, now it's the candidate's friend that's in contact. So then my question would be, so then this second candidate, why did they specifically target you two if they are Facebook friends with one or more other justices?
How would I be able to answer? That's the complaint.
If we knew who it was, we could Facebook it.
Point of inquiry.
That's the complainer's prerogative to approach any justice.
We can, okay, here's the thing. It is very relevant who the, I think we're doing a lot of things going kind of under, implying things, and it's because there's a lot of other things that I believe are going on in this situation. So we cannot, from my understanding, we cannot reveal who the complainer was. However, we can reveal who was at the meeting in public comment. So is that sign-in sheet available?
Yes.
Okay, the people that attended public comment are myself, Devin Plazo, Nalangun Wardena, and Michael Irvin.
And myself, but I didn't.
And Stephanie, but she didn't sign in.
Naftali.
And Naftali.
Naftali did not sign in.
Cool. So those are the people that were at public comment. We cannot say who the complaint was made by, but figure it out.
Okay, so am I next on speakers list or how's this? Okay, so, yeah.
No, the only two people were Senator Jason Ramirez and Parliamentary
Can I
Woman.
speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I think bringing it back then, if we know by the verbiage used by the candidate question here, that someone did tell this candidate that the appeal passed, and now that we know that there was contact through another person about this possibly, this situation has now doubled to releasing this information to two people. I think that's why we're going into depth with the new development in the situation.
And it widens to the other justices as well, because now we have to examine who this other second candidate has reached out to.
I do know.
But the candidate reached out specifically.
I believe that I specifically stated that none of the justices that I have talked to had contacted either
candidate. And that inherently,
I'm sorry, but we need to know like from
Suggest.
those, we can't trust your word, we have to know from like each.
certainly, I'm just saying that I did make a statement that inherently suggests that there was more than one candidate involved.
Right.
And so that does need to be considered, that I did make a statement during closed session that did indicate that. And whether that was picked up on the horseshoe is unfortunate, definitely. But I did make a statement saying that.
I'm not going to speak to this. Mike, so again, like, so that we're just wrapping stuff together. So whether or not there were two people involved, I'm trying to figure out where the confusion lies, because now if there's two people involved, we're still in the original question of like, Stephanie wasn't informed of an appeal, like we're still back with like one person, now it's just like two people. But, so I don't understand why we're focusing on the fact that it was two people, unless it's like to absolve the fact that it wasn't Daniel, that the leak maybe came from somewhere else. I don't know if that's why we're focusing on two candidates, or if we're just focusing on the two candidates.
Yeah, point of clarification, that's why, because originally we were trying to see how the candidate in question received information about their appeal going through. Now we know that another person was involved, so what we're wondering is, was the other person involved the point of contact with the leak? That's why everyone's asking questions, because before we were just asking about the candidate in question, now we realize two people are involved. So we're wondering if the leak came from.
But I'm saying, would that affect the whole, like, the leak came from the justices? Because again, like, we're still at the beginning where it's like, where did the leak come from?
Well, no one will.
Not necessarily, it would not affect the fact that there was a leak somewhere, and if that complaint had only contact with two justices, it doesn't change the two justices that, like the two justices that had contact has not changed. It's just a possibility. It's a group message, that's two.
That one person responded.
It's not a group message if you only have two people, it's a group message
He's
when you
saying
have
he didn't
three of them.
respond, so he doesn't consider it to be
Okay.
contact.
It's still
contact.
Someone contacted.
Well, that there was contact to the justice.
I didn't relay any information.
Okay, but
So there's no contact on my part, on my. I mean, you're touching her, she's not touching you.
But that's still contact. Like,
On your
still
part.
receiving
this is semantics at this point.
What was the original message? If y'all don't mind me asking again, the original group message was sent from a candidate to two of the justices. And that message
Specifically
said,
two.
And you read the
Specifically
message.
two.
yeah,
I mean,
specifically
yeah,
two
right.
justices under hearing. So that message said again, one more time.
They read it already, like.
They read it.
Oh, the harassing one, right?
Yeah.
The candidate, you just received a complaint that the candidate was harassed by the other person. Right, that was the text that you got? Okay, so again, how does that, like, again, affect the whole decision, whether or not it was two people, there's still the issue of the leak?
Correct.
Yeah, I
So,
don't, what's your question?
So can we, like, call it personally?
Yeah, we would have if you wouldn't have asked that question.
I think it was clear that this hearing is that you guys, I'm being accused of a leak on my part. And now that there's this avenue that you guys have, I guess, discovered that it could be more, can I be off?
All they're saying is that the leak could have been to a different person. That's all.
Yeah, right, okay.
Yeah,
This,
that's
if
all.
anything, makes everything worse, especially because some of us know the relationship we have with both of these people, which is just a different issue in itself.
My relationship?
Yeah.
I have a relationship with a lot of the candidates.
Which is
And if I might say, on different parties.
I think
My relationship with all of whoever has participated in ASUCR, especially in the judicial hearing, is cordial, except for this instance where I have to come here and defend myself. I've never been biased based on the relationship, if that's what you mean.
That is what I mean.
Well, I'm telling you, the fact that I didn't even have contact with him means that means that I was taking my duties to a professional level of not even being back. Do you understand? Like
in response to Christian's comment, I think the matter with that, I don't know is necessary. It is related to the leak. I think the issue is that what that brings forward is that there is a question as to why that individual would contact two specific justices it's not like it was a contact of the Chief Justice and the Vice Chief, it was a contact of the Chief Justice, which makes sense, and only specifically one random justice.
And that relationship would then play a part in that.
And that relationship would then play a part as to why they would have that. I think that's the point that's being made.
Yeah.
That's what I'm understanding from down here. And so,
I just
I want to
clarified
finish.
that
Daniel,
I didn't respond.
That doesn't,
Okay.
That doesn't mean.
So that's what I'm understanding, right? And I know that plays a part because, for example, there's been another justice that was a justice that has previously recused themselves for the very relationship that they have with that individual from a case. And so, really, like, relationships matter, especially when you're talking about a leak, because obviously, like, leaks are more likely to come when there's some sort of, like, established relationship. That's why they're bringing it up. They're not bringing it up to, like, accuse you of being biased. They're bringing it up just because it's relevant to how a leak could have occurred. Like that's at least that's my understanding of why you would bring that up.
Okay, can I say something? The level of relationship I have with the complainer is the same level of relationship I have with Abraham. If that's gonna show you some sort of perspective, it basically, I mean, it says that I'm not biased. I wasn't trying to sneak around and do some shady stuff, but I don't even understand why that's even in question because I have relationships with a lot of people.
Yeah.
Yeah, random question or something.
Yeah. Okay. Then yeah, with the speakers list closed, we can move forward then. We move directly into voting. So just as anything else with personnel requires 2/3.
What's yes and no again, please? Can you review?
Vote for yes is removal of office, and vote for no is to keep in office. Okay, by a vote of 9-3-0, removal has taken place. No, unfortunately, we'll have to just move on with our agenda. Abraham, I believe that concludes your report.
I think it's relevant to understand where we're going from here. As a conclusion of this report, I want to make a couple of things clear with regards to what occurred and how we will be moving forward, at least from my understanding. So, first off, I want to make clear that I hope everybody will review the hearing thoroughly to understand why the hearings were taking place. I understand why Senate put 2 individuals for hearing, and I took it upon myself to represent the arguments against those individuals, but I did not bring One of them I did specifically bring forward because I do think there was responsibility there. But that was a determination that was made by Senate. So, moving forward, there are now 3 justices on the Judicial Council. Unfortunately, what this means is the Judicial Council does not meet quorum to meet anymore. Any judicial violations that are remaining will be considered by the Elections Committee. And so I think the Elections Committee will be meeting soon to determine how exactly that'll take place and what appeals would look like from here on. So that's, I don't know if anybody has anything else to comment, but that's my understanding of what will be taking place moving forward.
Okay. And with that, we'll move into our last item.
Question.
So in respect to that moving forward, so now the one entity is Elections Committee has, so did they vote in the same process in relation to cases?
Yes, also, what about like reporting back to
Yeah.
the Senate?
Also, now we don't have a judicial branch that can handle everything that's going on this week. Now we just have the Elections Committee which runs elections, and now they decide the strikes and everything that goes along with it.
So, y'all can have a discussion about this if you would like to have a discussion about how to move forward. I know that in closed session, that was something that had been addressed, and that's what we brought up as a possibility, as the most likely. So, Elections Committee has always had the authority to issue strikes. We've always been able to assign violations. Sometimes we've passed that authority to justice. So, Elections Committee is not assuming any new responsibility, any new authority or whatnot. We have the same authority. The only difference is that there is no longer a judicial council for us to pass things on to, even if we wanted to.
In the case of appeal?
In case of an appeal, I think the Elections Committee is going to talk about if appeals are going to be taken, what the process is. I wouldn't be able to speak for Elections Committee. I don't know if Stephanie would want to chime in now before we talk.
I don't necessarily want to speak because the Elections Committee is comprised of 13 other people besides myself, so I don't want to make any decisions. This, as we've been doing, will be a committee vote. However, just as judicial before could assign strikes and appeal strikes, I can discuss if that's something the Elections Committee wants to do. Because we do have the authority already to assign strikes, so I suppose that we need to discuss. And I can tell you that I'll be asking the Elections Committee right after this meeting when they're available tomorrow morning to meet, so we can discuss this as soon as possible. Whether we will just be accepting violations or appeals as well. That kind of makes sense.
And what about all previous cases that were being handled by judicial beforehand? What about everything that was occurring before this? All the things?
I believe they have verdicts for everything except for the things that they were going to discuss tonight. I don't know how many pending cases, so I suppose whatever verdicts they had previously stand, and then whatever pending cases they have go on to us.
All right, I just had a quick question. So for tomorrow's meeting, will that be public information publicly available for members of the public to attend?
The meeting with the Elections Committee will not be public, but once we come up with a solution, I'll make that public, of course, because I feel like candidates and students need to know how to submit violations. So of course, I'll be transparent about that, as I've tried to be all year.
Okay. Do I have a motion for adjournment? Senator Billington?
I move to adjourn.
Sorry. Seconded by Senator Jason Ramirez. All those in favor? All those opposed? And abstained. Okay. Adjourned at 12:40.
Scared me.
That's okay.
No, it's Tracy. Tracy.